Formally opens the meeting, I'd just like to run through the housekeeping for arrangements for everyone. First of all, mobile phones and mobile electronic devices. Please can you turn them to silent mode? You can obviously keep them on, but out of courtesy to speakers during the meeting, if you could turn them to silent mode, please. In the event of the fire alarms going off, for people here on the second floor, the fire exit is through these doors, through the doors by the lift. Please do not use the lift, but use the staircase next to the lift to the ground floor and follow the exit signs. For our guests on the third floor, very similar. If you go through the doors where you came in, and again, do not use the lift, go through the door next to the lift, down to the ground floor and exit the building. And the assembly point is over by the swimming pool. If the exits are blocked, on both floors there are exits at the end of the corridors. On this floor we would go through the storeroom and the offices beyond to the staircase and exit via the entrance by the bistro. Likewise on the third floor you would go to the end of the corridor, again down the staircase, exiting by the exit by the bistro. I think that's it, Chair. So,
thank you, Paul. Good evening, everybody. I would like now to formally open the meeting. Before moving on to the formal agenda, as you all know, on the 28th of December, we lost David Jenny, who was very dear to us and a very experienced councillor. And I'm pleased to welcome this evening Councillor Melanie Coleman. Perhaps you could just stand up and... I'm not going to go on too much about Melanie, but Melanie is well known, and her husband, in Rushden circles. I believe you run things in the theatrical world and working with people with disabilities, and if it moves in Rushden, you're probably organising it or involved in it. But I'm sure we all welcome you, and we look forward to your maiden speech, which you can do now if you want. No? Okay. Anyway, congratulations on your election recently. Apologies. Are there any apologies for absence, please? Councillor Rowley?
Thank you, Chair. We've got apologies from the Conservatives for Councillor Allabone, Deering, Partridge-Underwood, Sims, Lavelle, Tighe, Bell, Powell, Wendy Brackenbury, North and Harrison. Ken Harrison.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Matt Keane, please. Oh, Councillor, thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. We have apologies from Councillors Simon Riley, Councillor Willie Cahoon, and Councillor Matt Keane. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Emily Fedorovich, please.
Thank you, Chair. No apologies from us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Paul Galt, are there any other apologies received ahead of the meeting, please?
No, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other apologies to be recorded, please? No, thank you. The next item is the minutes of the meeting held on the 26th of January 2023 and the 23rd of February 2023. Are there any issues in relation to the accuracy of the minutes, please? Councillor Irwin?
Yes, on the January meeting I was recorded several times as having voted, but I'm not actually recorded as present, so I'd be grateful if that could be changed.
Well, yeah. Sounds reasonable. Thank you. Any more, please? Please, may I see those in favour of the minutes, please? Oh, do we? Oh, sorry, I need a mover, please. A seconder, sorry. Thank you. Yeah, I'm moving them, aren't I? All right, all those in favour? All those against? Thank you. They're passed, councillors. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest that councillors wish to make related to any item to be discussed, please? No? Thank you. As a result of the urgency report regarding the Chief Executive's position circulated to members, I'm amending the running order. Given the business critical nature of that report, it will be taken after the pay policy statement report and prior to the planning report. Thank you. You will appreciate that we have a significant amount of business to conduct this evening. I'd request that councillors observe the time limit set for contributions and that all attendees respect and treat with courtesy all those calls to speak. Thank you. Please may I see the Leader of the Council, Councillor Smithers, to make a brief announcement, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I would just like to echo the welcome messages to Councillor Melanie Coleman there, who is a welcome addition within this authority. So, Chair, on Saturday coming, it's a very, very special day for North Northamptonshire Council, as many of you will be aware. We've achieved a great deal over these last 2 years, and that's the clue. We will be 2 years old on Saturday, and what a challenging 2 years it's been. We have achieved various things. Our ambitions for the future are still very bold, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of our council staff and members who have contributed to the success of this authority over the last 2 years, and I look forward to us delivering for the next 2 years and beyond. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. No debate on that. Thank you. Agenda item 6, public participation. There are taking 7 public statements on this occasion. A copy of each public statement has been circulated. There is a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Now, Paul, I understand you made arrangements for the speakers. Please may I see the first speaker, Ms Holmes. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and Council, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak today. So my name is Claire Holmes, and this is my sister Lauren, and we are the younger sisters of Colette Gallagher. In 1986, Colette was taken from us in the most horrific of circumstances at the innocent age of 6. We will refer to the offender as AS because we just can't say his full name, unfortunately. AS abducted, raped and murdered Colette as she made her way to the bus stop for school, and he left her body in the loft for 5 days. We're here this evening in support of Councillor Pengelly and Councillor Buckingham's motion for full disclosure to victims and victims' families when an offender of serious crimes such as murder and sexual offences towards children is recalled to prison. This is an important factor because it gives us victims and their families it gives us a clear reason as to why they have been recalled and leaves out the fears and what-ifs that the current procedure leaves families with. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit nervous. If we were fully informed of the reasons, it would firstly give us peace of mind and would also provide us with potentially strong evidence to support our statements we have to write to the parole board at every potential release and recall the offender goes through. We also need changes around offenders who sexually assaulted children before the creation of the sex offender register. We feel it is important for the safety of all women and children for all offenders to be added retrospectively to the sex offender register, regardless of when they committed their crimes. In 2021, whilst preparing for AS's second attempt of release, we discovered that he wasn't actually on the sex offender register. We were never informed of this. We wrongly assumed that due to the severe nature of the crimes that he committed against our Colette, that he would be on the sex offender register, but this was not the case. If this motion was already in place, then during the AS's first release in 2018, he would have been less likely to engage in an abusive relationship with a vulnerable 18-year-old. This man was in his 50s at the time. And he wouldn't have been able to be around young children as freely as he was. I also have some updates that I would like to share with you all. AS was recalled for to prison for 4 breaches of a sexual harm prevention order. The sexual harm prevention order that we successfully campaigned for. His next possible release is now November 2024. We have met with probation's head of public protection unit for the East of England and have also accepted a meeting with the Right Honourable Damien Hines, Minister of State for Prisons, Parole and Probation, where we intend to express our concerns on how AS can ever be managed safely in the public. We also want to discuss the information that we have found in a High Court document, the contents which includes some truly worrying and unsettling details that AS has done since Colette's death. Finally, we would wish to support change for offenders to be prevented from changing their names. Hiding from their crimes by changing their names should be prohibited by law, which currently isn't in place. If anyone would like to support us and arrange to meet us and go through these documents to discuss our further steps that we will be taking to ensure that women and children of not only in our town but our country, then please let us know. We will happily make those arrangements. Thank you.
Thank you. Please may I see the next speaker, Mr. Coles, please.
Good evening, Chair and Councillors. I'm Rocky Coles from Wellingborough, a professional horticulturist and a member of the Chartered Institute of Horticulture. NNC declared a climate emergency in 2021, adopting the UK government's set of recommendations. So why is it permitting the felling of up to 61 mature lime trees with TPOs on a floodplain when only a handful were listed in outline planning? Why was there no public consultation on this extended felling? So was it compliant with their tree policy TP16? The architecturally important avenue of mature lime trees is known as the Walks, a part of Wellingboroug's Green Corridor. A green corridor is a strip of land that supports sufficient habitat to support wildlife within an urban environment. It connects the Nen Valley wetlands, Irchester Country Park and wider countryside through the town centre and beyond. Cutting these trees down will detrimentally affect wildlife, removing its safe space of passage between both sides of the roundabout and road. It is a vital route for birds, insects and mammals and part of Buglife's beeline. The road will destroy the orchids on the verges and the soil microbiology associated and release vast amounts of carbon. Where will the nesting birds go and where will the bats roost? The nectar of the lime trees is a vital food source for struggling bees and pollinators. A huge ecosystem is lost when one mature tree is felled, let alone dozens. Does this removal comply also with the Nature Pollination Strategy and Environment Act 2014, which NNC has a responsibility to uphold? Where is the ecological report, especially for the lime trees? You cannot mitigate the felling of mature trees nor the mass felling of trees within the vicinity. Replanting whips and saplings will not compensate the loss of biodiversity and habitat of these trees. Replanting trees should be an ongoing task, not an afterthought, and should have happened years ago. Species chosen should be diverse, long-lived, climate-proof, and they should reinstate the canopy cover lost. Replanting needs to happen within the Embankment and London Road area and not at Stanton Cross. The replanting there is not appropriate. Once the lime trees are removed, we are then left with a barren landscape full of fumes, not foliage. This isn't just about Wellingborough councillors. It could happen in your town and neighbourhood and goes beyond politics. This is for your grandchildren and future generations. You have the power to shape their environment for better or worse. So to summarise action points for the council, will they commit to saving the trees left as per their tree policy TP12 and use their powers as elective representatives to ensure everything is done possible to ensure this? Developers have said trees can be saved but need your permission to do so. Will they hold the developers and individuals within NC to account and investigate the actions, failings and lack of transparency within the whole process? And will they commit to holding a thorough public engagement process with representatives of the council, statutory undertakers and developers so the best possible outcome for the trees is decided upon? I end with a quote from the Woodland Trust. Mature trees are not replaceable with the sapling. There seems to be no appreciation that the starting point for regeneration or redevelopment should be designing around the nature that is already there. Andy Egan, Head of Conservation Policy. Save our trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Please may I see the next speaker, Ms Robinson, please.
Good evening, Chair and Councillors. I'm Julie Robinson, Wellingborough resident and taxpayer. I represent family and friends who cannot be here tonight. We are all deeply upset by the felling of the trees. Wellingborough was once described on the radio as another dreary Midlands town. True, it does not have castle walls, but it does have natural beauty spots, such as the river, the embankment and the heritage Lime Tree Avenue. We know Wellingborough has to have 10,000 new houses by government instruction, but part of that balance must be to keep some areas special. Wellingborough Walks and the embankment are special to us, the local community. Vistry told us at their exhibition that they are working for NNC and that plans can be changed. NNC must not ignore this public demand. We do not like being lied to, have our town councillors threatened or warned off, or our local community arrested for trying to say what matters to them. These plans must be revised right now and a new public consultation to replace the one done 20 years ago.
Please may I see the next speaker, Mr Allen, please.
Chair, councillors, my name is Kevin Allen. I live in Wellingborough, and in recent weeks I've had the privilege of working with a group of local people trying to prevent the unnecessary felling of the lime trees, especially to the south of London Road roundabout. Following a presentation by Vistry Group last Thursday evening and referencing planning maps, I believe the following facts are true. The A509 London Road immediately to the south of the new roundabout needs to be widened. The southbound side will have 2 lanes exiting the roundabout, reducing almost immediately to 1 lane before meeting the approach to the river bridge. A high-pressure gas main runs at right angles to the road and the avenue of trees, passing 5 metres below them. This gas pipe is 273 millimetres in diameter. That's 11 inches in old money, so it's not that big a pipe. Vistry have confirmed that a trench 1.5 metres wide and up to 6 metres deep needs to be excavated from both sides of the road to allow the gas pipe to be reinforced, protecting it from additional traffic movement generated by the widening of the roadway. At the point on the walks where the gas pipe crosses at right angles, 5 metres below the surface, there is a gap between the trees in excess of 7 metres. We've got to put a 1.5 metre trench in there. We've got to put an 11-inch pipe through there. Subject to verifying the exact position of the gas pipe, it may be necessary to fell 2 lime trees to enable the excavation work. This would create a working area 15 metres wide. There are 3 high voltage cables, a medium gas pressure main, a BT cabling following the path between the trees. These do not need rerouting. There are 3 utility cables affected by the road widening on the southbound side, a street light circuit, a Virgin Media cable, and 1 high voltage electricity cable. The root structure of lime trees is not disruptive. The grass bank that descends from the walks down to the embankment meadow is free from any root disturbance. There are no roots coming through the grass. As this is, and if you, as is the surface of the walks even nearer to the town centre where the trees are much older. So the surface has not been disrupted. The new proposed path very closely aligns with the existing path between the trees. Whilst none of the trees impinge on the planned road widening, I would respectfully suggest that the proposed right to left filter could be changed to a left to right filter.
Mr. Reid, start to finish, please.
Yeah, easing the curb line away from the trees. These trees are at least 110 years old and predate all the utilities I have mentioned. And at no point was it considered necessary to fell any of the trees. Thank you for listening.
Ms. Reid. And the next speaker, Ms. Reid, please. I'm sorry, sir, I called you by the wrong name there. Thank you.
Can I adjust this? There we go. Okay. Good evening, Chair and councillors. My name is Julie Reid. Regarding Wellingborough Walks, I would like to address the elephant in the room. NNC has stated that they cannot change any plans from Vistry Group because potentially they will incur taxpayers' money if Vistry decided to take legal action against the NNC. Let us not forget that the NNC has inherited the situation, that is the Stanton Cross development, and also highways, and are now responsible for both, and has the power to make changes accordingly. At last week's community engagement event, a representative of Stanton Cross Developments LLP, Lee Barrett, stated that if NNC said change the plans, then they would be happy to. He went on to say that they want to save the trees. It's NNC who keeps saying the plans are good to go. That is the case. He did say that. Stanton Cross Developments do not want the continued process and are happy to look at alternatives. In addition, I understand that they would love to reduce the size of the Tesco roundabout Route 2 because they don't want to cut down any more trees than is necessary, and it would be cheaper for them to have less lanes. So can this conversation be held imminently between these two bodies? One has the power, the other has the will. These lime trees have been here for over 120 years. Do they not deserve your consideration? Thank you for listening.
Please, may I see the next speaker, Ms. Turner Horse, please. Thank you.
Sorry. Good evening, Chair. Good evening, councillors. I have been dismayed by the way residents of Wellingborough were abandoned to protect the town's natural heritage, whilst representatives of this council took action to ensure that NNC could not be blamed for the planned felling of up to 61 trees from the historic and the protected Wellingborough Walks. This council has a fundamental role in both ensuring the effective operation of planning systems within the area and the proper delivery of tree protection process. But what we have seen over the past few weeks is an organisation unable to find or share key documents about Route 2 in relation to Stanton Cross, and with seemingly little understanding about the oversight role it plays in operating all tree preservation orders. When we met with NNC colleagues on the 1st of March to find out why the council had not stepped in to issue a temporary stop notice, we felt colleagues were not aware that such an opportunity was even open to them, nor seemingly had they gathered the proof of the legal basis under which the developer could be said to lawfully fell those trees. This is significant because the lack of prompt action by North Northants Council left local residents to do what we could to prevent what we believe is the unlawful destruction of our walks. And as because of this, 16 healthy protected trees were felled. 5 law-abiding people, including our own barrister, an 84-year-old resident as well, were arrested. We are grateful that ultimately the council has stepped in to help, enabling a pause, and that the developer has subsequently held an information session. But we remind you that at least a further 20 more healthy lime trees are still due to be felled from the walks. These very trees would have been the last memory of our town that many young men going off to war in the Boer Wars and the 2 World Wars would have seen. That's how long these trees have been here. What right have any of us to allow the destruction of the heritage of our town for want of a bit of determination to adjust plans produced nearly 20 years ago? We call on all of you here tonight to take whatever action you can to save our trees and to ensure that tree preservation orders really do help us all to protect our heritage. Otherwise, this destruction could be coming to a town or village near you. Thank you.
The next speaker, please. Councillor Martin Ruby of Corby Town Council. Thank you.
Chair, councillors, my name is Councillor Martin Ruby and I'm Deputy Leader of Corby Town Council. In my spare time, I'm a keen cyclist and have been for many years, and I own a number of road bikes. Riding a bike on the roads in North Northamptonshire is like taking your life in your own hands. I've never seen the roads in such a poor condition, and there are potholes in practically every street in every part of the Unitary Authority. At the best of times, riding a road bike is not for the faint-hearted. They are designed to go at speed, and you often have to cycle alongside cars, vans and lorries, who often drive so close to you that they can put you off. As you can imagine, you are restricted by space on the roads, particularly if you're cycling alongside a vehicle with another vehicle on the other side of the road coming towards you. It's one of my greatest fears that I hit a pothole, lose control of my bike and end up under the wheels of a vehicle. I literally stand no chance, and the likelihood of this seems more possible with the terrible state of the roads. One example is Shetland Way in Corby. The speed humps are so disintegrating and the road is in a terrible state. If I hit a pothole on the speed hump, I'd be off my bike and I'd be lucky to avoid serious injury. As Deputy Leader of Corby Town Council, I care about this town and the people who live here. It's not just my own personal experience of riding a bike on the roads which concerns me. It's my own personal experience of riding a bike on the roads which concerns me, but all road users, including pedestrians, mobility and via scooters, motorcyclists and other cyclists and drivers. I have friends that own motorbikes and they do not use certain routes in Corby due to the potholes in the roads. The roads are in the worst state that I've seen in 33 years I've lived and worked in this town. Social media is full of comments and concerns from residents. The Fix the Pothole petition calls for action to be taken on, and I call this council to work with Kia to produce a sensible, funded plan of repairs so that the roads are no longer so dangerous for the residents of North Northamptonshire. The petition is not meant to be adversary, but to highlight how people in North Northants feel about the state of the roads. It must be borne in mind that the council are in the process of developing and implementing a cycle network structure across the unitary. This will not be much use if it's not fit for purpose for the users. There has been a large investment by NNC in the roads. A bit more needs to be found. There were limited road repairs carried out in 2020 and 2021 due to COVID, which is understandable, but more progress needs to be made to avoid any potential accidents or damage. I ask that North Northants place serious thought to the petition and the sentiments and comments contained within the petition. Thank you for listening.
Councillors, we will now move to a petition in relation to highways maintenance that has been... Chair, there's a question. Where have I gone wrong here?
Excuse me, Chair. If you come back to this one. Okay, sorry. No, that's okay. This one here.
Oh. Sorry, screwed up there. There is one public question on this occasion. A copy of the public question has been circulated. Please may I request that the questioner read out the questions as submitted. You will then receive a response to your question. You'll be invited to ask a supplementary question based upon the response provided. Please ensure it is a question, not a statement. You'll be provided with a response to your supplementary question or, when necessary, a written response after the meeting. Please may I see Mr. John Gilead to ask his question, please. Sorry about that, I was getting a bit in front of myself.
I've often forgotten, so don't worry. Good evening, Chair, and good evening, councillors. My name is John Gilead, and I'm a long-term Wellingborough resident. This question is about the Wellingborough Walks, where the development works are planned to include the felling of 61 mature lime trees, which are at least 120, 130 years old. The overwhelming feeling after the community engagement event last week was that Vistry Group are very happy to review the plans for the London Road Tesco roundabout Wellingborough Walks area in the light of concerns from local residents, local councillors and the current climate emergency. This suggests that NNC need to step up and initiate and then take a full part in discussions. My question is, will NNC commit to engaging with Vistry and representatives of local residents to thoroughly reconsider the designs for the area, especially where utilities are planned to go, so that absolutely no more trees are chopped down?
Thank you. If you stay there, please. Please, I see Councillor David Brackenbury to answer that, please. It's according to my papers, Councillor.
Okay. Sorry, it's Jason. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I believe the leader.
The big guns.
Thank you for your vote of confidence there, Mr. Chairman. Look, this is very a emotive issue, and I fully understand the feeling in the room today. But what I want to make absolutely crystal clear in this process, and there has been a statement released earlier on today on NNC's website, Northamptonshire Council are the regulatory body here. If Vistry want to make any changes, they know what they need to do. They need to bring a variation to their current planning consent, bring it in front of us. We can help them with pre-application advice, as we would with any developer. It's not for us to engage with Vistry. Sorry. Thank you. If Vistry want to change their planning consent or bring a variation to save extra trees and that, we would welcome that. That's why we've paused them from doing the works. That's why they cannot work any further on those trees until bird nesting season's over, which gives the trees a stay of execution. However, I am very, very, very disappointed in Vistry trying to shirk the blame and responsibility to this organisation. That is not the case. We stand ready as an organisation to help you, to get what you need to get, but what we do need is for Vistry to come to us with a planning application or variation so our expert officers can deal with that on that basis, and if that saves the trees, that's fantastic, and we are standing ready to deal with that. Thank you.
Give them a call on your phone. Quiet, please. Have you got any supplementary questions, sir, please? Well, we can hear you, sir. Would you please be quiet? Would you?
Yeah, I would like to ask.
Please.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah. I mean, this has obviously been going on now for 6, 7, 8 weeks, something like that. The more I listen to it, I work. I've had to come off work early today to come. The more I listen to people, the more I'm aware that no one wants the trees chopped down. Vistry don't want the trees chopped down. NNC don't want the trees chopped down. Local residents in Wellingborough don't want the trees chopped down. Wellingborough Town Council don't want the trees chopped down. I used to be a scientist. I really believe that we have got some of the best civil engineers in the world who work in this country, and some of them, I'm sure, must work for Vistry. What are the next stages, to me, that's important? What are the next stages? What are the timescales for the development of the area so that none of the trees will be felled?
Again, as I will repeat what I said before, Northamptonshire Council stands ready to receive Vistry's variation to planning if they wish us to do that. We're happy to work with them. They know we're happy to work with them. But as the regulatory body, they need to come to us to put a variation notice in. We were ready for that whenever they are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gillett. We on to They're all going anyway.
They're all going anyway, but what I would do is... excuse me, your microphone. Speaker. I'm on.
Thank you to all the members of the public for their statements and questions, and to the councillors for their responses. Who can't hear me? Sorry. Well, I've got the microphone as close as I can, so... We will now move to a petition in relation to highways maintenance that has been submitted to the Council. Please may I remind executive members that this item may be presented to the Executive in due course, and to note the rules regarding predetermination. Please may I see Councillor Alison Dial, who wishes to present the petition. Councillor DL, you have 5 minutes to address Council as lead petitioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. People always used to joke that you could tell that you had crossed the county boundary into Northamptonshire by the poor state of the roads, but it's no longer a laughing matter. At best, the roads are like moth-eaten patchwork quilts. At worst, they are a total eyesore, full of deep craters, dangerous to drivers and other road users alike. That's why I started the Fix the Pothole petition, in frustration at the continued poor state of the roads and after my own tyre was shredded recently after I hit a pothole. Now, I'm sure that during the course of this debate, we are going to hear that there is record investment in the roads in North Northants, that there is a further 1.494 million coming from this year's Chancellor's budget, which will solve all our problems, and that the £140 million that we've got stashed away in reserves is only spent once and no more money can be spared on roads. And finally, that the Labour group is probably nothing more than politically grandstanding. So, rather than all this come from me, I'm going to read out some of the comments from some of the 2,000 or so members of the public who've so far signed and commented on the Fix the Pothole petition online. From JC, I'm an electric wheelchair user with brittle bone disease. It's agony for me to cross the roads and very unsafe. It sends my chair wobbling from side to side. From LN, I'm sick and tired of potholes in my local area. The Grange and Northumberland Road in Kettering are the worst roads in the county. From FG, roads in Wellingborough are deteriorating fast after the ice this winter. Some potholes are so frequent that I am having to avoid using the roads to ensure my car isn't damaged. From JG, the roads are in a dreadful state, particularly St Peter's Road in Oundle. From NH, the condition of Northamptonshire's roads are a joke. I have never in my 50 years known so little to be done and so much needing doing. From SC, there seems to be more potholes than roads. Fed up with trying to avoid them, not to mention what it's doing to my tyres. The pavements are in poor state too. About time they were sorted properly. From BW, I was nearly knocked off my bike by a van as I caught a really big pothole, which made me lose balance and my bike went into the path of a van which was trying to avoid more potholes himself. Someone is going to get killed. And it is on that sombre note that someone is going to be killed or seriously injured that I submit this petition to North Northamptonshire Council to call for a proper action plan to address years of underinvestment and patching up of roads and to fix the countless potholes that blight our roads. Cyclists, voice scooter users, mobility scooter users are all vulnerable to potholes, and it is only a matter of time that some serious injury happens to a member of the public. In fact, a coroner report on 8th of March 2023 attributed a young man's death in 2021 in South Northamptonshire to potholes on the A5. Potholes are fixable. There just needs to be the will to invest in the infrastructure within this unitary authority, for all parts of the unitary to be given their fair share of funding, and for this executive to work with Kia to produce a sensible action plan to get the work done before things get even worse. Thank you, and please sign the petition.
Thank you, Councillor Dial. Councillors, there's now 15 minutes allocated for debate on the petition. Councillors are reminded if called upon to speak, they have 3 minutes only. Please can I also remind you that this petition relates to an executive function. Therefore, Council can note the petition and forward to the executive, or make recommendations on the matter and forward to the executive, but cannot determine the request contained in the petition. So I'm going to now allow debate, but you've got 15 minutes. The first speaker I have is Councillor Hakewell, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for bringing the petition to us because it's really, really valuable. And I just pick up the point that the councillor made. I live in Braybrook, 2 miles from Market Harbour. If I go 2 miles down the road palpably improves in Leicestershire and across Leicestershire. We are doing an awful job in terms of highways. We have in my ward, and I'm sure my ward colleague councillors will know, a cyclist was knocked off his bike by a pothole on the Orton Road, quite badly injured. Another cyclist was equally fell off their bike on the road from Harrington towards Braybrook. Again, quite badly injured in that sense. So I'd like just to ask and to remind this council who was in charge of highways at NCC from June 2019. And I think some people laugh, but those who don't know, it was Councillor Smithers, was the county councillor responsible for highways, and has subsequently been responsible since vesting day for highways. And it's not just, Chairman, the potholes. If you go along the rural roads, for those of us who have rural wards, the edges of the road are falling away, and you end up with almost a saw-like edge in the centre of the road, which tears people's tyres apart. One question I would like to ask is, because residents have come to me and said, how do I claim from this council for the damage that it's causing my vehicle from the roads? So I did try, and in fairness, officers came back. We need a link on our website which tells residents how to put in an insurance claim, and there is no such link on the website. So I would like the executive or whoever to get that link so we as residents can simply put, this is where you get your claim considered. I'd also like to think the executive will find out how many claims have been put in and how many have been rejected, and how much money has actually been spent out on these particular claims. So, Chairman, the motion is right, the motion is accurate, and we are working and living and driving along third world roads. When we went to scrutiny last, I was told, well, we'll leave scrutiny of the highways contract for a year. Yeah, let's leave it for a year. Well, we've got the same contractors. We've just split the contract in two, a bit like our roads are split in two. What we should be doing is having a scrutiny very quickly on how this contract is working and how the money is being spent. I thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hayquell. Councillor John McGee, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really hoping that we don't see this as a political football, because I'd like to congratulate the council on bringing this forward, because that was brought to the council by residents, not only in Corby, but North Northants wide. So we have a responsibility for this. And I heard some sniggers as they talked about Councillor Smithers and others. I don't think this is funny. I think, as the Speaker said earlier from the Town Council, this is a very serious matter. People are scared to use the roads. In fact, Chair, see, we walked 100-odd yards the other side of that roundabout. There is a hole that side and our little roads, 2 or 3 holes together, and the residents down there asked me to report it. I encouraged them where to report it and how, and it's still like that months later. Nothing seems to be happening. And in fact, if you go to the other side of the town, a gentleman phoned me and says, how do I report the damage to my car? And that's just at the bottom of the town when I was down to the old village. So this is not just in this town, it's across North Northamptonshire. We need a key plan, and we need that now. We don't want to wait till the next budget or next year or the change of administration or whatever happens. We need that change now to protect our residents from dangerous roads.
Thank you, Councillor McGee. Councillor, you have to press the button, Councillor. Councillor Anne Lee, please.
Thank you, Chair. 2 points. Firstly, when we had a briefing recently with CARE, CARE gives briefings to councillors, which is much appreciated, but we asked, are you giving priority to potholes near the edge of the road, which endanger cyclists and motorbikes? And the answer was no, we don't. Maybe we should look at that, because there is a higher risk to cyclists and motorbikes. So that was a point well made by Councillor Martin Ruby. And secondly, it seems to me that repairs that are done seem to become undone quite quickly. So I've asked CARE, why is that? How come that repairs become undone, that the holes reappear? Because it means that the same work needs to be done and again. So it'd be good to find a solution for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lynn Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Northamptonshire, due to its location, is in prime position for logistics, as can be seen by the development of thousands of acres of warehousing. This also has a positive effect on our local economy, but detrimental to the effect on our roads. And I think one of the reasons that the filling of potholes on our roads jumps out when you've got a however many ton heavy goods vehicles on them. And I think it could be that we as a council petition the government for more money for that very reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor David Brackenbury, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, everybody. Of course, I don't think there's a person in this room, on this floor or upstairs, who doesn't agree that potholes are an absolute scourge, and there's a lot of them around. It's quite common, of course, at this time of year, as we're emerging from the winter season, that we have a large incidence of unrepaired potholes. I know that colleagues will confirm that a lot of action is going to be taken about that. I'm just a little bit confused, Chairman, that the wording of the petition at agenda item 6 seems simply to be the Northamptonshire Labour councillors wishing to hear from people who are obviously road users one way or another. The petition itself, Chair, doesn't apparently itself call for any action at all. I do, however, think that it's absolutely right to raise the issue, to bring the issue in front of the executive, in front of indeed our highways contractors, Kier, because it absolutely confirms serious concerns with the public. I mean, I don't know anybody who is not zigzagging around or sometimes bouncing across the potholes, and that's not a political point. We all do it. So I'm very sympathetic with all that is being said this evening, and I do think that you will be hearing some reasonably good news soon. We can't do everything all at once, but we will be hearing good news soon so that potholes, or certainly dangerous potholes, are addressed as quickly as is conceivable to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mark Pengelly, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First thing I'd like to do is thank Councillor Lorman for the investment and allowing the investment in Occupation Road, which is well overdue. And I know the people in my ward have been asking for that to be done for many years. And I used to think to myself, this is just a Corby thing, but going around North Northamptonshire, I'm seeing this everywhere. And I think you could plant some trees in, and the people upstairs will be quite happy, and some of the potholes are so big. We as a council have got money to do this, and I think who's letting us down is Kier, who got the new contract, because if you look at some of the figures, we had an email in March this year. In Corby, out of the £1.5 million that we allocated for potholes, only £24,000 was spent. 195,000 in East Northants, 142,000 in Kettering, 120,000 in Wellingborough. And there's no more money allocated for Wellingborough going forward. 600,000 for Kettering, 115 for East Northants, and 230,000 for Corby. That's why are we so slow? What we've got to do, and as a council, because I know that each and every single one of us in here want our roads improved. I know that it's not only Labour councillors, it's Conservative and Green councillors as well. And we have to get Kier doing the work that they're supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be improving the roads. So let's try and have a look at how we can work together to get this done. I know our officers to the left of me work really, really hard, but let's see why Kier are not doing the work they're supposed to do. They got this new contract, and they turn around and say that the new contract is, they've been doing this work for years. They should know the roads. So that's what I'm saying. Let's get on the back of Kier and keep pushing them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, I'm told the time is nearly up, but there's time for two more speakers. Councillor Ross Armour, and then finish up with Councillor Fedorovich, please.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm sorry, you're out of time, Councillor.
I will be as quick as I can, I promise. I just wanted to mention an email I got as early today about the potholes in the ward that I represent. So, for those of you that don't know Oakley Ward too well, it's got three main estates, Great Oakley, Oakley Vale and Danesholme. And this was a resident on Danesholme, and he mentioned 5 roads that are particularly bad with potholes. Bede Close, Copenhagen Road, Viking Way, Danesholme Road and Oakley Road. And the last, just to paint the picture a little bit, the last 4 of them are the main commuter roads in the estate. So I think everyone will agree we really need to do something here, and I look forward to hearing that good news that Councillor Brackenbury mentioned. Thank you.
Councillor Fedorovich, please, to finish.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll be brief. Thank you very much also for this incredibly valuable petition. Potholes has been such a huge issue since I started as a councillor. And 2 years on, we haven't seen, despite the investment, that the issue's got worse, not better. So I agree with John as well that this isn't a political matter. We've committed some funds, but I mean, ultimately, this has really shown it's not enough. If we don't have the money, then we need to be asking government for this. We can't just sit on our hands. We need to create the funding or find it from our existing budget or lobby to get it. That's it. People are scared. This is a safety matter. How are we supposed to encourage people to switch to clean transport if our roads aren't safe to use? How are we supposed to do that? Then insurance claims, they're not easy to do. We don't make that transparent. That's just not fair on people. We've got weather that's opening potholes on my street. I'm seeing this happen and it's getting worse and worse. It was worse than before they actually tried to treat it. I've been querying the KPIs on potholes and how we're actually reviewing this. We're only reporting on how many we're fixing and not how many are actually coming undone, the number fixed compared to the new ones reported, and if this issue is actually getting better. So we need to get our heads together. This is really, really important. We need a clear plan and we need to get funding to get there. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. That now concludes the debate. I haven't heard any formal recommendations, and therefore I propose we note the petition and forward to the executive with the minutes of this meeting. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Eakins, thank you. All in favour, please? Sorry?
Sorry, Chair. Just to clarify for all members, as there's been no clear recommendation from the floor, the Chair is proposing that the petition be noted by Council and forwarded to the Executive to consider.
That is what?
And that is what the Constitution says. So the Chair has moved and Councillor Eakins has seconded. So the Chair is asking for a vote on referring the petition to the Executive. Well,
To clarify, members, because the final decision is an executive function that is asked for within the petition, the executive have to consider it. So, therefore, the Constitution says that there can either be recommendations to the executive from the council, or it can be noted without comment to the executive. So, what the chair has proposed is that it is noted by council, and that the minutes of this meeting attach to that petition, so that then the executive can consider it and determine if there is any further action that's required. So that's what the chair has proposed.
Just a minute, please. Councillor Brackenbury, point of order.
Thank you very much, Chair. I understand all that's being said. I would just simply reiterate what I said a moment ago, in that the wording of the petition is not asking anybody to do anything. The wording for petition makes its assertions about the state of the roads within North Northamptonshire Council's area, which absolutely, we all get the sentiment, but then in its final paragraph, it goes on to say that North Northamptonshire Labour councillors want to hear from you, and they've set up a short survey. It's excellent. But it is not a petition requesting or requiring any action to be carried out whatsoever. So I'm not quite sure, Chair, what the executive are being asked to do here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Somebody says this is staying in a different room. It's quite forward. If we look at the Constitution, it says where petitions should go. And my understanding is it goes to the exec, they consider it, and bring it to executive meeting and feed it back. That's my understanding of it. I think people are nodding their head in front of me. I think that's what the Constitution is quite clearly saying. Or we could just, we've all wasted our time just putting that forward. If he doesn't want to do it that way, I'm sure he'll support the motion then that's along the same lines of this. So, if we can clarify that, Chair.
Councillor Deal, you did propose this, I believe. Please.
Thank you, Chair. So the name of the petition is North Northamptonshire Council Fix the Potholes. So we're asking for the potholes to be fixed. Now, I'm more than happy. When I got the confirmation that this was going to be heard this evening, and Paul Galt told me that this could be a recommendation which goes forward to the executive, I'm more than happy for the petition to be noted to go forward to the executive, because there's a motion later on asking for an action plan. So I don't understand how we're being told that it's not clear. The petition says fix the potholes.
Well, it's clear to me, councillors, and I suggest we move forward and you accept what I've put and which Councillor Eakins has seconded. All those in favour, please. All those against? That's carried, councillors. Thank you. Let's get on, please. There are no executive presentations on this occasion, councillors. Agenda item 8, councillors, the pay policy statement. Please may I see the monitoring officer to present this report.
Thank you, Chair. I don't actually have a lot to add on this. It's a legislative requirement, so it's as contained within the report. Thank you.
Please may I see a mover for the item, please. Councillor Smithers.
Yeah, thank you.
Please may I see a seconder for the item. Councillor Howell, thank you. We will now move to a debate on the subject. Are there any speakers who wish to speak, please? I don't see any at present. Councillor Leanne Buckingham, please.
Very quick one from me. Absolutely, we should be remunerating our staff properly. I do have a couple of questions. It seems like we haven't increased as in a percentage, because some have a greater increase than others, and I'm unsure of why that is. Not part of the debate, just questioning why some have moved £10,000, some have moved £14,000. If it was a percentage, I'd have expected them to have been closer.
Can I clarify, Councillor Buckingham, are you talking about the, what part of the report are you referring to?
Sorry, wait for it to go on. So in terms of Table 3, just when reading the report, if we were to look at certain job roles, they are an increase of, say, £10,000, whereas other job roles are an increase of £14,000. Obviously, percentage points would change, but with a lower banding, you wouldn't have expected a higher increase.
So, Councillor Buckingham, it's salary range. So when senior officers and other officers within the council are appointed, they're either appointed at the bottom or the top, and there's a range in their work through the increments.
A week ago.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dorothy Maxwell, please.
My question is, The people that we contract in to do various tasks, maybe it could be on planning, are they going to get an increase? Thank you.
Apologies, Councillor Maxwell. Could you repeat that? I didn't quite catch it.
The people that we actually contract for various places, it could be in planning, for examples, are they going to get an increase within this pay rise?
Councillor Maxwell, this is just the... Oh. So, Councillor Maxwell, this is just the pay policy for those employees. Agency workers would be outside of this pay policy. Okay.
Thank you, councillors. There are no more speakers requested. We will now move to a vote. Please use your electronic voting buttons, which will appear on your microphone unit once the vote has commenced. You will have 30 seconds to vote. Thank you. Ben.
Okay, the vote is now commencing. Okay, there's 10 seconds remaining. And that concludes the vote.
Thank you, councillors. That's very well carried. Thank you. Councillors, we'll now move to the urgency report that I brought forward. Please may I see the Leader of the Council to present and move this report. It relates to the Chief Executive's appointment, permanent and interim arrangements. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And as members are aware, Rob Bridge has secured a fantastic new role at Cambridge and Peterborough Combined Authority. And on behalf of the entire Council, I want to congratulate Rob for everything he's achieved and for succeed with this great opportunity that he has with the new authority. Now, before we all get wax lyrical, this isn't Rob's last meeting. He will be in the hot seat at the AGM. So if you want to pass on your good regards at that meeting, then I think we can all suitably embarrass him at that meeting. However, I wanted to make sure that we moved quickly so that we can continue to have a strategic stability and leadership. This is an urgent report, therefore proposes that we commence an immediate process to appoint an interim chief executive. It is proposed that this will be an internal process by the statutory designation of head of paid service will be determined by Council at our AGM in May. It is also proposed that we appoint an executive search consultancy to lead a national recruitment campaign for our new permanent chief executive. Whilst the details will be considered by the Employment Committee in due course, it is intended that we start the recruitment process in September this year, which will avoid the summer months and will hopefully make our optimum strike for getting the right chief executive for this great new authority. During the interim period, it is proposed that the proper officer appointment of returning officer and electoral registrations officer, which are, of course, statutory election roles, are moved to the Executive Director of Customer and Governance, who is the deputy for both of these positions currently.
Thank you, Councillor. May I see a seconder for this item? Councillor Helen Howe, thank you. Any speakers to this? No? Thank you. We will now move to a vote. Please use your electronic voting buttons, which will appear on your mic unit once the vote has commenced. You will have 30 seconds to vote. Thank you.
Okay, the vote is now commenced.
As usual, I will abstain, nothing personal.
Okay, there's 10 seconds remaining. And that concludes the vote.
Thank you, councillors. That's carried. Agenda item 9, councillors, planning scheme of delegation and committee structure. Please may I see the interim Democratic Services Manager to present this report.
Thank you, Chair. Very briefly, before I suggest the Chair calls the Chair of Democracy and Standards to formally move the recommendations. As members will be aware, last year the Council requested an independent organisation, the Planning Advisory Service, to visit the Council and look at its delivery of planning from start to finish. This was meant to be as part, or this was as part of a critical friend exercise where the Planning Advisory Service looked at all the processes, looked at the operation of the planning service and our role as planning authority, and then compiled a report together with some suggested recommendations. That report was reported to the Executive last December and is available on the website for people to read in some depth. Obviously, that report covered a number of issues in relation to the delivery of planning from start to finish. This report before you relates to two elements of that, which obviously come towards the end, which is the structure of our planning committees and the delegation to officers, which obviously prescribes in what circumstances certain applications go to the committees. So to take very briefly the committee structure first, you'll be aware we currently have a strategic planning committee and 4 area planning committees. The proposal which is before you this evening and which has been through various discussions is that those be removed and replaced by just 2 area planning committees. The details of which areas those respective committees would cover are included as an appendix to your report. But roughly, most of the Kettering area, the Corby area, and most of the East Northants area would be in one area, and then the remainder with Wellingborough and associated areas around Wellingborough would be in under another committee. So the report obviously outlines the details below about that, and in the appendices you'll see that the officers who compiled, if you like, the base report this is taken from, did some statistical analysis, and they felt that currently the dividing line between the 2 areas was the one that fitted best in terms of workload. You will be mindful, of course, that we are currently undergoing a boundary review, so at some point in the future, that demarcation line would need to be revisited. So that's to do with the committee side, and obviously the rest is detailed in the report. The second part was the officer scheme of delegation, and what the Planning Advisory Service were recommending was they felt that there were occasions when some applications were perhaps didn't need to go to committee, and they felt that there was a need to review the delegation scheme to ensure that those that did need to go to committee with appropriate material planning applications or concerns did go to committee. So both the Constitutional Working Group and the Democracy and Standards Committee went through the scheme of delegation. The officer proposals are contained in the appendix accompanying this report. Those were developed by the Democracy and Standards Committee, and some additions made by members and some amendments made by members of the suggested revised scheme. And in terms of what was included, that's all contained in the report. So the recommendations, which are under 3 on page 44 of your pack, do highlight the key things that the Council are being asked to consider tonight. The one new thing which came up, if you like, after the discussions at Democracy and Standards was in relation to special responsibility allowance, because there hadn't previously been any discussion with that. And it is being recommended that if the council agree to the two committee structure, that each of those chairs will receive the equivalent of what the current chair of Strategic Planning Committee receive, rather than what the current chairs of the area planning committees receive. It also obviously allows for the fact the recommendations, any minor and consequential arrangements to be made by the monitoring officer in due course. With that, Chair, I think the Councillor Lorman may want to continue the narrative. So I'm happy to take questions during the course of the meeting, though, Chair.
Thank you, Chairman, and I apologise, I'm staying seated. Thank you very much, Mr. Gold. It was an excellent explanation of the process. I would like to thank the officers and all the members who initially formed the Planning Transformation Board and had their meetings. I was privileged that I was able to attend one of the last meetings and mainly to listen to what issues there might or might not be. Those issues followed then into the Constitution Working Group, where we looked at the full planning process, and a number of recommendations were made. Then on the 13th of March, we had our final session in Democracy and Standards, gone through every little bit, and I would like to thank Mr. Harbour for his infinite patience whilst we made our comments. His work is very highly appreciated, and his expertise and that of the planning officers behind there. I think we are all clear that we've got to change our planning process, and I thank the leader and the leadership team that they asked PAS to actually give an outside opinion, and that made the report and the thinking behind improving and changing our planning process. So the recommendations, the outcome and recommendations you find on page 44 under item 3, and at present it goes from A to H. Following various discussions, I understand there is another recommendation to be added if Council is so minded, and perhaps I could ask in a moment Councillor Brackenbury to explain what is proposed to be changed. Apart from that, I think the report is very clear, it's transparent what the Democracy and Standards Committee had to start with, how we changed it with our recommendations. Unfortunately, it's not in red or italics or red or other colours, so it's sometimes a little bit difficult to find the changes we have made. But I hope you're all clear, and I truly hope that councillors will support this change in the planning scheme. It may not necessarily be forever. It's a living document, and as such, it can be changed once we know, does it work, doesn't it work? We can always put it back into the Constitution Working Group and look at it again and make further recommendations if so necessary. So I leave, and I would like Councillor Brackenbury please to be able to state the amendment under I.
We need to have this item seconded, please. Is there a seconder? Councillor Brackenbury, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Lorman and Mr. Galt, for your clear setting out of the changes here. With your indulgence, I will reserve my right to speak at the end of the debate, but if I may, Chair, I'll just give the small, detailed amendment which we discussed, which I believe could in fact be at recommendation 3C, which is to approve the amendments to the scheme of delegation to the report. And that amendment, we'll dovetail that in correctly. I think it's 3C. And the small amendment is, and this is about ward member potential call-ins to committee. And I quote, if a councillor has concerns that a delegated decision, bracket, be it approval or rejection, would go against the interests of the ward, then a ward councillor can request to be advised on the officer's decision before it is signed off. The councillor will then have a short period of time to call in the application to committee. And that is in addition to the period of consultation, which is now at 25 days, which is already set out in the amendments to the scheme of delegation. And the short time is meant to be a short but unspecified time, but we're talking, hours rather, a day or so rather than any lengthy period of time. So I just wish to put that amendment, and with your indulgence, Chair, I'll speak again at the end of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brackenbury. Councillor Lynn Buckingham, please.
Thank you. I have several questions, and I am part of the Constitutional Working Group and have had the opportunity to have my words spoken before. A couple of things came up from a briefing that we had last night. One was about the north-south split, the large amount of wards that are in the top section of the split, as it were, with 13 councillors on each of those committees. You will have an oversupply in one area rather than the other. I hope I've made that clear. Can't understand if the committees are going to have less work to do, why there is such an uplift in the allowances. And in terms of one of the questions that I've asked all the way through was about lists being made available, but within the document, within the report on page 49, it says member communication. The importance of ensuring that ward members were made aware of validated applications for planning consent in their respective areas was stressed. Officers confirmed once validated applications were accessible to members and the public on the council's website where all document was uploaded, and that was in contradiction to what we were told both last night and at the Constitutional Working Group. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor. I was racing ahead there, made a slight mistake. I didn't get a seconder. Asked for a seconder. For I did second the motion. No, to second your amendment. But Councillor Rowley, yep, thank you. We'll second that. Thank you. We'll move ahead. Sorry about that. Councillor Zoe McGee, please.
Thank you, Chair. And as this is my first time addressing the meeting today, I'd just like to encourage the leader and other members of the council to learn some lessons from the previous meeting and consider a subconscious bias when you speak. Using words like naive or shouty could actually be considered misogynistic, and we would never ever want anyone to make that mistake. So, but to continue on with my point, in our planning session yesterday, we were told that 48% of the meetings were cancelled or only had one application to discuss. Now, looking at the SRA allowance, nearly 28 grand of public money was given to those chairs. Now, I'm sure they worked really hard 52% of the time, but there's still that other huge chunk of time where that special allowance has gone out for work that hasn't actually been done. And dare I say that money could have been used to fix the potholes, or perhaps even waive the reapplication fee for Vistry so the trees could be saved. I would consider the executive, when that paper comes forward, to perhaps use that extra money to waive the fee for Vistry. Thank you.
Councillor James Hakewill, please.
Thank you, Chairman. And one of the themes I'm going to bring forward and to move an amendment to this item, but when a councillor gets up and says a short period of time, for some, the amount of time I speak is long. It's less than 3 minutes, but it's absolutely classic, flimsy-flamsy legislation or working. A short period of time. Surely a short period of time is in the eye of the beholder. The other aspect here is, what is the problem we're trying to solve with this particular process? And I absolutely appreciate the planning officers who work with us and Paul Gold, who's brought this towards us. But the vast majority of councillors here have never had an opportunity to debate this in a meeting, face to face, at all. And what I would like to move is, and we have forgotten one of the key people, and surely one of the things that we are about is we've got a group of councillors for 2 years who've sat on meetings, short, long or indifferent, and nothing has gone to those planning committees to debate this particular change. The very customers, so to speak. We've also forgotten those residents. And basically, we are sitting here seeing a gradual decline in, well, I would say the death of democracy in the way in which this is being happened, because we are inevitably, by reducing the number of council planning meetings, removing the right to speak. And the right to speak at planning is so passionate for people who are going to see development on their doorstep. So what I'd like to do is to move, if I get a seconder, that this report should go and appear on each of the planning committee agendas, and it should come back.
Could you just listen to the legal officer, please?
As ever.
As ever.
Apologies to cut in Councillor Hakewill. There's already an amendment on the table. So that was proposed by Councillor Brackenbury. We can only deal with one amendment at a time. So we'll have to conclude this debate on this amendment, and then once we've resolved that, then we can move on to other amendments.
Get another bite of the cherry. Good. So in that sense, I will come back after this amendment, which seemed to be relatively light in that way. But we've forgotten the residents, we've forgotten the applicants, we've forgotten the people of right to speak. And every person who has a right to speak in the last 2 years could have been contacted by email saying, what do you think of this planning process? How well is it going? No, we didn't talk to them at all. It went away to Democracy and Standards, a small group, and then to the committee. I went and presented to Democracy and Standards about the Boundary Commission. Not one iota of time taken. Good, so I'll await. Good idea, this motion.
Councillor John McGee, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think I would agree with Jim that the idea with the motion is quite a good one. What I don't agree with is that when we tried something like that, we were told you have to put it in writing, you have to put it in time before. It seems that there's one rule for one and then one rules for the other. And if the monitoring officer and the legal officers think that's okay, and then we are talking about the death of democracy if you're not sitting in the front row down there on the executive. And that's a great shame for all of us here, especially your own backbenchers, because you can't have one rule for one and one rule for the other. But Chair, we'll come back after this. I'm sure I'll come back and speak on the bigger issues here about the lack of democracy, taking away rights of town councils, etc., once this amendment has passed. But we will support this amendment.
Councillor Valerie Anslow, please.
Yes, thank you. I was at that meeting last night on Zoom, no, Teams, sorry, where we were listening to the changes, and I quite agree that there's not been enough discussion. I'm quite surprised there hasn't been a consultation, because we seem to do consultations on all sorts of things, although we don't necessarily listen to the outcome, of course, as we know. I was interested to know that actually, and I suppose in a way this was one of the arguments, that 93% of applications that go to committee actually follow the officer's recommendations. So that, in a way, makes you think that we should be going down this route. However, you've only got to listen to the people speaking tonight about Wellingborough and the planning that went on there, and a lot of that was in delegated responsibility. A lot of the decisions made in Wellingborough was delegated. So, and again, agreeing with you, I would say that we will be losing our democratic right, I suppose, residents to speak at meetings, because they wouldn't unless their ward councillor was doing their job and reading all the paperwork. I think if a ward councillor knew what was going on, then yes, they would be able to put something in and put in an objection or a support of an application. But going back to Wellingborough, and I do need to go back to Wellingborough because that's where I stand, it's where I represent, that the town council there, the new town council there, has hardly been listened to at all with regards to Stanton Cross and Vistry and Route 2. They've not been taken seriously, their views are not listened to, and that is what would happen if we're not careful if we go down this route.
Councillor Dorothy Maxwell, please.
The question I have is that where you get small villages and then they then have to put in whether the application or make comments on the application which comes through in their village, the time scale of them putting it in is quite tight because some people have meetings on different nights and therefore the residents don't get to find out when this application is coming up, and when it does come up, the residents still don't know when it's going to be heard. And I think that if we're looking at residents, we must make sure that they are taken into account and that both the parishes who bring forward the actual application are able then to pass it on to the residents.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fedorovich, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. There are a few outstanding issues with this proposal, which we discussed at length in Democracy and Standards. It was the longest meeting we've ever had, and I think that's why, because this is such an important issue, and there are still quite a lot of problems. Lynn mentioned the fact that we've got the north-south split not being even. You've got Kettering, Corby, and East Northants in the North Committee, and Wellingborough on the south. That just means that areas aren't going to be represented, that they're guaranteed not to be. I'm also still quite concerned with the reason that we're sort of, essentially we're saying about the reason why we need to have less planning committees is because we're having cancelled planning committee meetings. And that's also because, and this hasn't really been highlighted, the fact that we've previously increased the number of objections required to send the application to committee from 3 to 5 objections. Following that, we then saw a significant reduction in things coming to committee, as you would do. So we're now sort of seeing these cancelled meetings, a move which is giving the public less say, and us as their acting representatives on planning issues, which is obviously one of the most sort of emotive and directly impacting areas that people deserve to have a say on. I've seen this happen with applications in my ward, which have been of interest, but not with not high enough objections to come forward to council. Moving to 2 planning committees instead of 4 is a way of solidifying those efficiencies that have been made at the expense of our residents and those who wish to have their say. It was mentioned that councillors need more visibility on delegated planning applications in their ward in this meeting, and if this happens and if there's an opportunity for councillors to feed into the process before the final decision is communicated with the applicant, then I think that fewer planning committees could potentially not reduce people's chance to have a say, but these efficiencies are at the expense the way that they've been laid out. We haven't ironed out those issues and we haven't got that transparency as I have described. Until that change has happened, this is a detriment to our democracy.
Thank you. Councillor Andy Mercer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll speak to the amendment, not to the motion. I may speak to the motion later, but at the moment I'm going to speak to the amendment. The amendment improves the motion and improves what was in front of us. However, I would like to request the mover of the amendment to make an adjustment to his proposal to fix what the small period of time is. I'm happy for it to be, say, 2 or 3 days, or even 1.5 days, but it's got to be a fixed figure. So I would propose that the mover of the motion and the seconder agree to an adjustment to their amendment.
Councillor Bragg.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Mercer. And in view of the discussion we've had, I'm happy for the amendment to, instead of saying a short period of time, I'm sure the monitoring officer will help me on the specific wording, so I don't have it right in front of me. But instead of it being a short period of time, it will be 2 working days. And I think that will probably help that aspect of the business. That is 2 working days, in concert with all that is already in the current proposed scheme of delegation. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor David Howes, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for. I'd like to speak on the amendment. So, as Councillor Brackenbury has already stated, I just wanted to clear up a couple of bits of confusion. So, we're all in here to represent residents. And with parish and town councils, we should, I assume most of us, be going to those if we have those in our ward. With this amendment, we've got the ability, as representatives, to take that time to work with that parish and town council to work out the best way forward. And if required, we have the ability to call that application in. So the idea that this reduces the democratic ability for a resident to have their planning application determined by committee, it doesn't. It allows an efficient process of not having applications come to committee that are not required. However, anything that does need to come to committee, there are mechanisms for parish and town councils to do that, and there's ultimately the ability for ward members to do that, and especially with the 2 working days to take that time to contemplate and call that application in. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Now vote to the amendment. Yeah. Thank you, councillors. There's no more speakers at this stage. We will now move to a vote on the amendment. Please use your electronic voting buttons, which will appear on your microphone unit once the vote is commenced. You will have 30 seconds to vote.
Okay, the vote is now commenced.
So that's carried, that's carried. If it's carried. Yeah, if it's carried, that's it. If it's carried, then we just add in subject. Yeah.
There's 10 seconds remaining.
Do you want me to repeat what's just been, if it's carried, what we just agreed?
Just carried.
Okay, and that closes the vote.
That's carried, councillors. I'll just call on Adele to let you know exactly what we've agreed.
Thank you, Chair.
That's not my words.
Thank you, Chair. So what will replace 3C within the recommendations is approve the amendments to the scheme of delegation as detailed in the report under Appendix A, subject to the addition of the following words. If a councillor has concerns that a delegated decision, be it approved or approval or rejection, would go against the interests of the ward, then a ward councillor can request to be advised on the officer's decision before it is signed off. The councillor will then have 2 clear working days of time to call in the application to committee. Thank you, members.
Councillor Hakewill, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to move that...
Councillor Hakewill, please, just 1 minute. Councillor Irwin, please.
We normally see the results of votes on the screen behind you, but it's not happening tonight. I was wondering if there was a reason for that.
Yes, we have technical issues on that. The votes are all being recorded. So, yeah, everyone's individual votes is being recorded as normal. We're just unable to show it on the screen.
Ben, could you just give us the result of the last one, please? No? He won't have it now, but it was... We can share it. It will be shared. Okay. Councillor Hakewell, please.
Chairman, I'd like to move that this report be placed on the agenda of the 4 area planning committees and the strategic planning committee, so that there is a proper debate amongst those who sit on those committees. You're all looking at each other, you're making me, even you can put me off. Because essentially, this debate tonight, with motions from the leadership at the very last moment, which we've just voted on, demonstrates without question that this is poorly thought out and still on the process of moving forwards. We also are going to be in a position of having new wards coming forward, and indeed some of what we've just agreed there, if there are single member wards in the future, the 2 days and you're on holiday for a week, starts to negate that as well. And therefore I would wish that we move that we refer this, with no further debate tonight, to be on the agenda of each of those planning committees, and we also talk to those who have taken the right to speak, and we talk to developers, and we have a wide consultation, as Councillor Anslow mentioned earlier. Otherwise, we have agreed tonight that the system we have isn't working, and we're now about to rush into another failed system. I so move and hope I get a seconder.
I do.
Chair, I'll wait for the applause before I speak. So it's not within the terms of reference of the area planning committees to determine such a matter. It is within the terms of reference of the Democracy and Standards Committee. This matter has been through the Constitutional Review Working Group, which is a cross-party working group. It has then been to the Democracy and Standards Committee, which is a politically balanced committee, before coming here. And that is the process that we follow for changes to our Constitution. So it's not within the terms of reference, so that wouldn't be a matter that I could support.
Mr. Chairman, there's a whole gallery of people up there who will go home tonight and think, my goodness, what is the Constitution? Why does it do this? Why does it do that? If we are saying tonight we are about to vote to ignore the very people who are going to be affected most directly, how can that be? I see the leaders decided to turn around. I always enjoy that. But at the end of the day, how can you leave out those people? Constitution. Can I ask, is there any way whatsoever that this can be done? And if not, it determines that our Constitution is failing the people of this North Northamptonshire.
Through the Chair, Councillor Hakewell, it is not normal practice for a committee to decide its own terms of reference. It is for this body, full council, all 78 members sat here, to make the decisions about the constitutional structures that this council has. Now, these proposals, and I appreciate there's already been an amendment, and there may be other amendments that I'm unaware of. These proposals have been through the appropriate channels. All parties have had the opportunity to have their issues considered, and many of those issues raised have been incorporated. And I would draw your attention to the very long meeting which has been referenced at Democracy and Standards, which is on YouTube, where you can see that members across the committee raised a number of issues which were dealt with one by one. But to suggest that this body doesn't have this body has the ultimate decision as to what structures it wants, as we'll see in the next report as well. So I'm not sure exactly, and bear in mind that at Democracy and Standards Committee, members had the opportunity through the chair to address the committee if they so wished on these items, which had been the subject of previous debate, as I say, a constitutional working group. So I don't really understand why you seem to think that, or seem to be suggesting that this body, with all 78 members, including all the memberships of the area planning committees, or most of them, cannot make a decision on this item.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor. Keep it brief, please.
The whole fact of the matter is, if you're telling me I can't move this, that's fair enough. As we go to a vote, I would like to call for a recorded vote, because when I go to my parishes, I want to be able to say exactly who decided on the death of democracy. But the same principle applies. I did go to Democracy and Standards. I used my 3 minutes on the Boundary Commission. Not one iota of interest was taken. Nothing changed. That committee sits. It's very well linked within the family process of this authority. I just feel that if there is a way that we can move it onto those agendas, that's fine. If you're telling me not, I would hope that colleagues will vote and also have a recorded vote against it. Thank you.
Please listen to the legal officer, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Hakewell. To be clear, this council has not delegated authority to the area planning committees to determine matters related to the Constitution, and therefore that motion cannot be considered.
Councillor John McGee, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's good to hear the words death of democracy. I used them many times at the old county council when that went downhill quickly. Some of the people that did that are still sitting in the front desk now. And it seems to be carrying on here, unfortunately, doesn't it? As I said earlier, we got an amendment, whether we agree with it or not, it was brought forward without a bit of paper going round telling us what it was. We weren't allowed to do that. A couple of meetings ago, we weren't allowed to do it, but it seems the administration can do it. Got no answer from the Mornington or a legal officer. But hey, we're used to that. It just goes to show that sometimes the consultation isn't what.
Point of order, Councillor, please. Councillor Harrison.
Can I just clarify what we're debating at the moment? Surely we should be going back to debating the motion now that we've agreed on the amendment.
Chair, I believe I was talking on the motion. No, it's because you didn't like what I was saying, that's why. That's why. Chair, am I being listened to or shall I wait till somebody makes a decision?
Carry on, please, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I do appreciate that. It's a great shame that we are in this situation, isn't it? And I actually agree to an extent with Jim. Maybe we shouldn't... The terms of reference doesn't allow, unfortunately, the area committees to make that decision, but shouldn't they have at least been consulted on? At least have a voice and being heard? They should have at least have that, and that wouldn't have been a big deal. That would only be normal democracy, but we don't seem to have that here, unfortunately. That's out the window. Chair, as for the paper itself, I remember your own government, and I'm talking about the administration's government, saying a big thing about how local councillors should have a say in local planning. And what have you done in this? You've took that away. They seem to think it's funny down there, Chair. Shall I sit down? They can tell us what they think's funny.
Sorry?
Shall I sit down and let the front row tell us what they think's funny about this?
I don't think they're interfering with you,
Councillor. This is a serious matter about democracy, and they're sitting there sniggering like school children. And they're in charge of this authority. It worries me. It worries me. We'll end up like the old county council with people like that in charge.
Keep to the point, please.
I thought I was trying to, Chair, but I couldn't get on with people without people sniggering. Chair, it is the death. We're taking a voice away from town councils and parish councils, whether you like it or not. That's what's happening, and I think that goes against everything that your government is trying to do. And I look at your backbenchers sitting there, at least some of them had more work to do with the area committees you go down to 13. You've got so many backbenchers there that are not going to have roles anymore. It's a ridiculous situation. I've never agreed with having 5. I thought that was too much. But what we're doing now is the death of democracy in this, and I think it's a great, great shame. And that will cause problems for us going forward, no doubt. As for the delegation scheme, it always worries me when you hear things about delegation scheme. How far does that go before we actually, as councillors, have a real say? That should be absolutely clear about what that is. And it never is, unfortunately.
Councillor Smith-Haynes, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm getting a little bit confused about the meaning of democracy when I listen to my colleagues behind me. From the way I read this document, we are actually giving more opportunity to towns and parishes to make comment because we're extending the consultation period to 25 days and we're giving more power by the amendment that was agreed earlier, more power to ward councillors to be able to challenge and call in any decisions that were made. Delegation of powers has been going on for an awful long time. I think this actually gives us more democracy than less. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Eakins, please.
Thank you, Chair. I can just reiterate almost what Councillor Smith-Hayes is saying. I get a bit confused here, is that we've got a paper in front of us that is indicating that we're going to reduce the SRAs by nearly £13,000. It's a saving. We're going to give we're not taking anything away from the public to speak. We're not taking anything away from any of the speakers who wish to attend the planning committee to discuss the plans that are going to probably affect them. We're giving more time to ward councillors to bring them in and have a discussion about it and call it in if need be. Again, giving the residents in their wards more voice. All planning notices will still use the same method now. They will still go out to all the consultees. Every consultee will still have the method to reply and put their words forward and their issues and any concerns they may have. I can't understand what's changing. The only thing that's changing is that it's going to make it 2 planning committees instead of 4. Nothing else is changing. Efficiency is going to be better. I can't understand why people don't think that. If you only have 2 committees making the decisions, I know it's for the north and the south, but everything else is going to remain the same, Chair. Consultations are going to remain the same. The opportunity to speak on a planning application or against a planning application is going to stay the same. And to boot is that we actually do save, albeit a minor amount, of 13k, which, as we've already said, can go towards the potholes.
Councillor Smithers, please.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. Look, there's these things being bad about death of democracy. What nonsense. I mean, come on. We're giving more power to the ward members to be able to call in decisions. We're giving, we're going to be using technology in our chambers to, allow members of the public to engage with us through, remote systems. We had the experts come in to give us this review, past the Planning Advisory Service for all of you that know about them. They've given us recommendations. We've just gone a little bit further and asked for a little bit more local democracy with local ward members and parish and town councils being able to bring in decisions ASAP if they're not happy with the decision. I mean, the talk of death of democracy is absolutely unreal. This has gone through various committees, democratically elected committees that have been cross-party and have looked at these changes and have accepted them. And for people to now say, because it doesn't fit their own agenda, to say it's the death of democracy is absolutely outrageous, Chair.
Councillor Lorman, you're next on the list, but you should speak last, if you don't mind.
If there are any other speakers, I'm happy to wait.
Councillor Mercer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Got several points to talk about on the actual substantive motion. The first thing is, with the amendment, it is a significant improvement. I would have found it very difficult to support this motion without the amendment, I'll be honest. Now, this change to the planning system is going to mean more work for most backbenchers, because most backbenchers are now going to be expected to inspect the planning applications that come into their ward and decide whether or not they are of significant importance to their ward members, whether or not it's going to affect their ward and their constituents. Now, they need to make a mature decision about that. This is what we call representative democracy. They represent their people, their constituents, the people who elected them, and they have got to look out for the interests of those people. It is up to them to actually do lots of homework, read lots of reports, and pick out those few applications that are significant to their ward, and to make sure that they contact the officers and register their interest in those applications. Then they will be expected, I hope, to do their duty and do their best for their constituents by calling in those applications where it is appropriate. This is a change perhaps in the way we've done things, but in that area at least, I think it's a definite step forward. We're going to get to the point where people, as councillors, are going to be that much more involved in our communities and supporting them. I hope you'll support this motion.
Councillor Jill Mercer, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I think it's quite strange that people should say that they haven't been involved. They were all invited to the Democracy and Standards Committee and all invited to speak. And they could have had their say. They could also, if they didn't want to come there, watch it on YouTube, because I know several people have. And they will have seen, if they watched that or attended that meeting, that we were originally asked to agree 11 members on each committee. But we thought that we needed to have a wider representation, so we extended that to 13. So to say that, you know, that yes, there'll be less people actually on the committee, but we will also have substitutes. So there will be quite a few people involved in the actual committees. But as my other half just said, the backbenchers will be expected to do work as well to call it in. And in order to do that, we have said most rigorously to the officers that we need to instigate training. Training for all members, and particularly training for town and parish councillors, so that they can also understand the system and what is a relevant planning matter that they should call an application into. So I welcome, particularly with the amendment that was made, that we are actually increasing democracy by this.
Thank you, Councillor. I watch it on YouTube as well. Isn't it wonderful to hit the fast forward button? Councillor Martin Griffiths, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't particularly like the process that we have followed, but one thing is for sure, changes to the existing system are absolutely necessary. And it is our constitution. And if members want to change the constitution, there's a process for going about bringing changes to the constitution. I'd remind people that the thing about planning is you stick to planning law. And the reason so many decisions are taken that follow officers' advice is because the officers' advice follows planning law. I would remind everybody that poor planning performance can result in your planning powers being removed from you as a council. I know that because it nearly happened with the former Borough Council of Wellingborough. We can't have one area full of items on the agenda and one area cancelling meetings. I'd remind everybody that we use an independent organisation, the Planning Advisory Service, to help us come up with these suggested changes. I do wish that we had rushed forward the training for parishes, because it's absolutely necessary. I know Councillor John Paul Carr has pressed this council on numerous occasions. Let's just get on and do it. Getting officers' delegations right is the key to all this. And when you delegate to officers, making sure that they don't 6 or 7 years later take a decision that results in the felling of 61 trees that we love and protect. That's the sort of thing we should be concerning ourselves with. In the meantime, I'll be supporting this motion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor David Brackenbury, please.
Well, thank you, Chairman, and all I can say is wow. It's the first time that we've debated this planning proposed changes in full council with all 78 members here and at your disposal, apart from the apologies, of course, and it's being called the death of democracy. I am slightly at a loss. But anyway, I do welcome very much the supportive comments from across the chamber on this. I think we're all in agreement on a couple of things. We need to get as efficient and as nimble a planning service as possible. That's not for our benefit, that's not for our officers' benefit, that is for the benefit of everybody who lives and works in North Northamptonshire. And that is why we instigated a review of the planning service back in September 2021, and that's why we invited the Planning Advisory Service, who are independent experts with no skin in the game, to come in, look at what we were doing well, and we were doing much, which was good, and what perhaps needed some work. And they've looked at the data, they've looked at the analytics, they've talked to the people, they've talked to members, they've talked to officers, they've talked to applicants, they've talked to members of the public, and of course they've also talked to town and parish councils. Now, this isn't a journey we can do as simply North Northamptonshire Council, because as has been pointed out, this is a partnership. This involves everybody with skin in the game. Whether you're an applicant, whether you want to make some change to your house, your environment, whether you're a massive developer, whether you are an objector, all parties need to be looked at and their views considered professionally and objectively. And we need to have that planning service that can do that. Another thing, this isn't political. This is planning. You should take your party rosette, and we all have them around here, apart from the 1 or 2 independents. You should take your party rosette off the moment you start talking about planning. It is not political. So therefore, let's try and reach out and work together so that we can actually get the best planning service possible. Now, we've made some proposals today. We've made some quite detailed proposals. I completely understand the points which are made by colleagues that they think that the north-south split, as is currently envisaged, might be a little bit unwieldy. Perhaps. I don't know. It is, from the data we have, we believe that is going to be an approximate 50-50 split of the work. But if it isn't, we'll change it. And we'll take into consideration potential changes to ward boundaries as they may come forward. But we do want to keep within ward boundaries for obvious administrative reasons.
Time, Councillor, thank you.
Yeah, anyway, I do sincerely commend this motion. I do think it'll really put us on the road as part of a major review of our planning service. It's only 2 aspects of a much bigger review. Thank you.
The last speaker will be Councillor Laura Lawman. After this, I'm calling a 5-minute break. A strict 5-minute break. Sorry?
Yeah, for this. Yeah, we're going to vote.
After the vote, yeah. Well, you can vote if you want to go to the loo. It's up to you. Councillor Lawman, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to thank my colleagues for the positive, the negative comments. There is absolutely no reduction in democracy. There's no death of, excuse me, no death of democracy. If I can, perhaps not all members know, but our officers have gone to great length to actually advise and work with the parish and town councils. And about 2 to 3 weeks ago, an online meeting was held that was open to the parish and town councils, to the councillors as well. And in great detail, everything was explained. I believe us as members, we had the same information in a presentation our monitoring officer presented at the time. So it was of no surprise. It's absolutely true. There is no politics in anything relating to planning. When a planning application from an individual in a village somewhere comes in, it can be extremely emotive, and there is nothing being taken away from the parish council or the town council to help determine and see this a particular application. All it means is that the member of the public goes to their parish council or their town council or onto the portal and registers their objection if there is something that affects them. If they talk to each other, that is all that is needed. It's a communication, and the communication then between the parish and town councils and our ward members. The ward members will learn, as the leader said quite rightly, some areas of our wards which we probably haven't seen because there's a planning application that is causing some issues. And we have looked at absolutely every little corner. The north-south split, as Councillor Brackenbury quite rightly said, it's a living document. It can change over time. If it doesn't work, if our officers are overloaded, then that, of course, will be pulled back in and we look at it differently. The same when the boundary changes come in. If there are any detrimental changes, everything can be aligned. It is not set in stone, cast in stone. It's improving and streamlining our system. And I don't really see any other options if we want to be a really forward-going council, a modern council that cares for its residents, and we do. In everything we do, nothing is sort of done off the cuff. We really think about it. We've taken this decision to full council, as our constitution says, to give every person of this council an opportunity to have their say. What was disappointing, that at the Democracy and Standards Committee on the 13th of March, we had 3 councillors there. Where were the rest who were complaining just now? You could have come to the committee. We would have been delighted to hear your views at that point as well. Everything can be taken into consideration. I've gone out and liaised with, I think we've got about 12 parishes in my unitary ward, and explained in great detail of what is happening, and I think more or less it was understood. Time will tell whether we've got it right, but with that, I really propose the report to be adopted, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. So we'll now move to the vote, and that vote will be the substantive motion as is in your pack with those words that were added earlier on by the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor.
Enough people will stand up for a recorded vote so that our residents know exactly who was in favour of this.
Yeah, there will be a recorded vote, Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to confirm, whilst we've got the glitch on the big screen, we will circulate the voting list to you after the meeting, and the recorded vote will be recorded in the minutes in the normal manner. So just commencing the vote now.
think one or two are getting ahead of the game here.
10 seconds remaining. And that concludes the vote.
Thank you. We'll have the vote figures read out to you. Thank you.
Okay, Chair, there were 47 in favour of the recommendations, 3 abstentions and 13 against the recommendations. Therefore, the recommendations have not fallen, have gone through. The recommendations have gone through.
Yeah, 3 abstentions.
That's not against, that's 3 abstentions.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's carried, councillors. There'll now be a 5-minute break. Thank you. Who's presenting this one? I am. You are. Come on, Councillor Hakewell. Agenda item 10, councillors, scrutiny review. Please may I see the monitoring officer to present this report.
Thank you, Chair. So this report puts forward proposals for changes to scrutiny arrangements and also includes the draft procedurals, which have been recommended by the Democracy and Standards Committee. A review was commenced following reflection of current arrangements and the consideration of whether the current scrutiny structure supported both members' and officers' ambitions for a very strong and effective scrutiny function. This has been through quite a process, so every member has had the opportunity to input into it, including Constitutional Review Working Group twice, all member briefings, and also the Democracy and Standards Committee. So whilst members are aware that there also are some operational ambitions, we have a council such as being more outward looking in our scrutiny, working with our partners and working with our communities more, which will really allow effective scrutiny. This is about getting the groundwork right, so making sure that we have the structures in place to support that good scrutiny. So in terms of the structure that we've put forward, it's recommended that a scrutiny management board is established to strategically lead the council's scrutiny function, and that board will manage the workload of the scrutiny function, agree agenda items and work plans, complete the annual scrutiny report and lead on member development programme for scrutiny, which has been identified by lots of members as required. It will also determine call-in requests. It's also proposed that there are 3 scrutiny committees, namely Health, Place and Environment and Corporate, and that will allow members to focus on specific functions. Panels are a really key part of scrutiny at the current time, and they ensure that we have a real impact for North Northamptonshire. These will continue, and actually there'll be the addition of 1 on there, and one of those panels which we've currently got as a long-standing panel within that is our budget, which has done some fantastic work at the last meeting. So the recommendations for you are on page 76. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Please may I see Councillor Laura Lorman to briefly move this item, please.
Thank you, Chairman. As members will realise, all the good things come to my committee. And the good thing is now, this is democracy, as was the other item. And I hope that one councillor in particular will really welcome the change in scrutiny, and that we have more scrutiny committees and a much closer look at many, many areas. I'm particularly impressed with the scrutiny committee, say for instance for health and place and environment, corporate and so on, and all the different tasks they have, and it will give members an opportunity to really examine every area of our council. I'm not going to prolong this because there isn't an awful lot that I can add, and I'm sure everybody would like to get home soon. So, Chairman, I propose this report in full.
And can I see a brief seconder for this, please? Councillor Mercer. It's up to you.
The earlier versions of this report were not quite so strong, and I had discussions with the officers and very fruitful discussions, and we made several improvements which strengthens it immensely, and I am very strongly in favour of this report, and I would hope that everybody will support it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Anslow, please.
Yes, thank you. I broadly agree with this change to... I broadly agree with this change to the scrutiny within this council, although I do wonder how heavy the agendas will be. I'm on Scrutiny Commission and have been on Scrutiny Finance as well. But this coming Tuesday, we've got a meeting, and there's only 2 items on the agenda. One is the regular looking at the KPIs and how we're doing, and then one on the green burial ground. So I do wonder if we have, whether there'll be enough time and whether we've got the officer capacity to be able to bring reports to the new scrutinies. But the main point I want to make is scrutiny needs to be chaired by the opposition. It's really important because otherwise, as it said before, we're marking our own homework, or you are marking your own homework. If the chair is not the opposition, then it's not real scrutiny. And we saw that clearly in one meeting we had a little while ago, where the wife of the executive member, who is chair of Scrutiny Commission, had the casting vote on the very contentious issue of the garden waste. So I believe that I don't know what all the talking is about up front, and I'd much rather you listened rather than talk among yourselves. It is quite off-putting.
Just a minute.
The chair needs to be. Now,
please.
Mark Pengelly has a...
Wait, please.
Yeah, okay.
Councillor, I think if you're making allegations against a particular councillor... Okay. If it's a generic comment
of something that is true.
If it's a generic comment, councillor, then you may continue.
And well, the generic comment was that if you have chairs of scrutiny who are related to executive members, you do have to question their impartiality. Thank you.
Councillor King. King Llewellyn, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
If you don't mind.
Please.
Councillor, I am disgusted by
Through
that
the-
remark.
through the chair, please.
Through you, Chair. Through you, absolutely. I am disgusted by that remark. I am indeed on the executive, and my wife was the chair of scrutiny before I was ever appointed onto the executive, and she fulfills her functions completely independently. We've always worked like that, and I find it distasteful in the extreme to have this sort of insinuation constantly being made. It just is not necessary to do this. It is if you've got any allegations that the chair or a chair of scrutiny is not behaving in an appropriate and proper way, or that they are lacking impartiality, fine, please bring your allegations to the monitoring officer. If you think that somehow scrutiny function is in cahoots with the executive, again, bring your thoughts and your theories to the monitoring officer, and absolutely we'll make sure those are scrupulously looked at. In the meantime, we're all elected as individuals. Wendy, my wife, and I stood together on the same day, on the same ballot. We both got elected as members of this council. Wendy does what she does, I do what I do, and we do not work in collusion or in cahoots, and nor would we. It is a very, very poisonous suggestion, and it does this council disservice. Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry.
Councillor King Llewellyn, please.
Thank you. It's getting quite heated, isn't it? Firstly, I want to thank all the officers and the participants in cultivating this wonderful piece of work, and I wholeheartedly welcome the recommendations for 3 scrutiny committees. I believe this will provide greater focus on the areas that matter. Even the suggestion that finance enters into corporate makes all the sense, as stated in the report. It should not be separate from the wider corporate service departments and supplement the full picture of services. I take particularly a keen interest in the Health Scrutiny Committee, as I believe this area requires special and specific focus. We are bound by both duty and morality to get health right within North Northamptonshire for the good of all our constituents. to deal with all the health inequalities and have oh, hold on a second here, let's go back. We are both bound by both duty and morality to get health right within North Northamptonshire for the good of all our constituents. There are many issues requiring constructive and effective scrutiny to deal with health inequalities, from independence-focused social care to antisocial behaviour. I believe this committee can produce not only effective and constructive challenge towards and recommendations by also working with the executive, but also safeguard against policies that may be detrimental to our constituents in North Northamptonshire Council. For this, I sincerely welcome this report and determine that these recommendations be accepted in full. Thank you.
Councillor John McGee, please.
Thank you, Chair. That must be the best application for the chair of that committee I've ever heard. Well done. Well done. I actually agree with a lot of what's happening here, but I do have some worries and concerns and some reservations. But just to support my fellow councillor from Wellingborough, you said she had concerns. Well, actually, authorities should, this is your government's legislation or advice to local government. Authorities should articulate in the Constitution how conflicts of interest, including familial links between executive and scrutiny responsibilities, should be managed. It's not there. It's not there. It also says authorities should take into consideration opposition chairing scrutiny. Key. We all know that. The chairs play a leadership role in scrutiny committee. It's absolutely vital that they have the full backing of that committee and working together. And when people perceive that there may be an interest between scrutiny and executive, they don't have trust in it. That's just a fact. That's just a fact. So we have to deal with that moving forward, or we are failing in scrutiny. That's just a fact. The other one, Chair, of course I welcome health scrutiny. I think we should have been doing that a long time ago. It should have been here from the beginning. It's absolutely vital, given some of the problems we have, Catherine, Corby, Wellingborough, and indeed the whole of North Northants, including our villages. So health scrutiny is absolutely vital that we get on and do that. But Chair, going back to opposition playing a part, if we have a Conservative chair, we should have a vice chair that's from the opposition. If we have a chair that's from the opposition, we should have the administration person as the vice chair. And there should be more opposition cross-party doing their jobs to make sure we get full scrutiny. And let's sit up and be honest with ourselves. We know that's what they do nationally. So, you know, be brave. Do it. I did email your leader and ask them if we were going to do that. I think it's important that we do that. If you want opposition, all these councillors at the back to play a real part in scrutiny and help the direction of this council, give them their roles. Don't be scared. They're not going to do anything wrong. They're just going to question the same that's what we should do. It's non-political scrutiny. It's a good opportunity to dig deep into issues. And we can do that. And opposition does it better, don't they? I'm not saying that the backbenchers and the administration don't, because I know a lot of these do. But opposition is what should be leading that. And that is key. So the paper, I'm sure we can agree on roughly. But be brave. Give their roles to the opposition, and you'll get a better council going forward. You'll have better recommendations going to scrutiny, and it'll be a more open council.
Time, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Addison, please. Oh, yeah, Addison, please.
My leader has said all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hayquill, please.
The Labour's leader said most of what I wanted to say too. I just wanted to clarify with the monitoring officer, and I think the answer is the same as before. The only people that this report has not gone to is the two scrutiny committees. Can I push it to an amendment to say it should be going before the scrutiny committees? And there, so for everyone watching on film, you can see that our constitution doesn't allow that. That's fine. I won't do that. We'll save time. So I welcome the recognition that scrutiny has largely failed. or else we wouldn't be sitting here changing it. And for 2 years I've said it's failed. It's also quite satisfying and interesting to see that scrutiny is now forming itself up the same way as the County Council formed up scrutiny. And I know that the leader dines out on criticising scrutiny that we had at the County Council, although he didn't often attend. But it's quite interesting to see that happening. The EAPs squander resources of this council, senior officers' time and so on. So a proper review of scrutiny should see the disbanding of the EAPs and to have that working and those resources working on scrutiny. And I think anyone who looks at that, there is nowhere in the country where such a precedence is the gift of the leader as to who sits unscrutinised. Marking your own homework, I think we heard over there. Garden waste scrutiny. We spent 2 hours, and I think this is Councillor Anslow's point, we spent 2 hours debating that. The chairman of the committee, and chairman, it's on video, spent 90 seconds in front of the executive reviewing 2 hours of debate. 90 seconds. So I think that's a bit of an interesting one. Now, the monitoring officer and in the report pointed us to a piece of government legislation which talks about relationships, wives, husbands, and so on. So whilst I understand the emotion of others talking about it, there was actually a link in the papers which mitigated against wives, husbands, very close relationships. In planning, you wouldn't be allowed to sit there. You wouldn't be allowed to sit there. And I think Councillor McGee's point is right. Irrespective of whether it fits the rules, there is that inference. And I would suggest that we do look at that piece of legislation that we were directed to in the papers. How can 326,000 people elect 78 councillors and have such close relationships between the executive and our local MPs? I mean, it's almost impossible. How can this be something that relates to the quality or qualifications of the people doing it?
Time, Councillor, thank you.
So I would just like to ask the question, there will be 6 members of the board. What does the executive think will be the political representation of those 6 members?
Councillor Maxwell, please.
Important. We've got political balance, and there is an important motion coming up, motion 1, where the gallery is full and they are waiting for the result of that motion. So can we move to the vote for this, please?
I think it's sufficiently debated. Sorry? You can. We have to vote to that, do we? Just a moment, councillors, please. Yes, please.
Thank you. Councillor Anselo, just for clarity, so you've asked, obviously, that the question now be put, i.e. we go to the vote. Do you have a seconder for that? Oh, sport for choice. We'll go with Councillor Hakewell. Sorry, apologies. So that amendment, sorry, that motion without notice has been moved and seconded, Chair. So council need to vote on whether they wish to go.
We will now move to the vote on that.
So we've got to. Yeah.
Are we going to do that electronically, Ben? Please.
Just to be clear, please, because there are a number of other councillors who are on the list to speak, but you are being asked now to terminate the debate at this point, and we go straight into a vote.
We can do that with a show of hands, councillor.
Yeah, show of hands will be fine.
All in favour? All against?
All those against? Oh, I'm not sure that's straightforward, actually. I think we need to do an electronic vote.
We need to do that electronically, councillors, please.
That was very close. I think we will need to do an electronic vote. Ben, sorry, apologies, but I don't want to get this one wrong.
Oh, for God's sake.
We've already gone to the vote.
Okay, councillors, the vote is now commencing.
To be clear, members, the vote's already started. You can't have a recorded vote once it's commenced.
There's 10 seconds remaining. And that concludes the vote.
Thank you, members. We're going to continue with the debate. To be clear, the guillotine is coming in at 9 o'clock and we do need to vote on that or not. So just have that in mind. Thank you, members, because we can't vote for that whilst we've got another motion on the table.
Councillor.
I would like to say in 4.16, I actually went to observe the scrutiny committee, and I have to say that the Children's Trust, who came along to give a presentation, was excellent. The pity was that during that period of scrutiny, that some people felt that it was acceptable to criticise other councillors. Using people's knowledge and skills is important. Listening skills are also important too. So therefore, I think scrutiny has a part to play. Thank you.
Councillor Chris Smith-Haynes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Whilst overall I support this, I would just like to flag up an area of concern in as much as if we look at Appendix A, pages 84 and 85, we've got health scrutiny that has mental health and well-being, domestic violence and antisocial behaviour. Then we have the place and environment scrutiny, which has regeneration, neighbourhoods and social housing. My concern is that these issues do tie in very closely. I'm wondering whether we will have cross-consideration. So, for example, if there's a housing issue, will the health scrutiny have an input to the debate and vice versa? Or is that job going to be left to the EAPs? I can't agree with Councillor Hakewill about scrapping the EAPs because, as far as I'm concerned, in the words of Walter Badgett, we should have checks and balances to our deliberation. Thank you.
Councillor Jill Mercer, please.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome this, particularly the more outward-facing aspects that it allows. It is a statutory function, the health scrutiny, and we haven't had enough time to look at that in detail, particularly, say, reports from each of the hospitals, the ambulance trust, etc. And I think that this will afford that. Also, somebody mentioned earlier on allocation of items. As that will be done by the Scrutiny Management Board, I think that that will allow us to allocate items appropriately. I'd just like to point out to Councillor Smith-Haynes that although that was the original suggestion that antisocial behaviour would be on the health, that was later moved on the suggestion of the Centre for Scrutiny, so that is now moved to the same one as the regeneration. Thank you.
Councillor Smithers, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to get a bit of housekeeping out of the way to start with. I just want to make it clear that, that we should be continuing this meeting to cover the motions that have been brought forward, and I think we will continue to hear that, but that will happen after, obviously, the debate about all the other stuff that's there. So I know these people have been waiting a while, and we appreciate your patience. Look, I'm glad that Councillor John McGee welcomes the health scrutiny, because you know, it's good. It's another part of scrutiny that we can do in this organisation. And Councillor Hakewell, who says scrutiny has failed, I'm absolutely flabbergasted, because we look at ourselves and we're self-critical as an organisation and bring in another health scrutiny panel or another scrutiny panel. We failed? I don't think so. I think that's us looking at what we're doing and understanding where we are on this journey 2 years down the line, and understand that we want to focus on other areas. So failed scrutiny because we're bringing in extra scrutiny, which he always says that we don't have scrutiny and we don't welcome scrutiny. I think we welcome scrutiny, and I think the third panel absolutely shows that. I want to talk about the chairmanships. I mean, obviously, members in this chamber will know that the opposition have chaired 50% of the scrutiny function in this authority since vesting day. And that's very clear with all the paperwork that's gone through. Councillor Mark Pengelly has been the chair for the last 2 years. So I don't understand what all this rubbish is about, rowing about balance and that. We've been very generous and allowed you to have 50% of it, even though you're only 15 councillors within a big authority. However, I would like to reassure you that we will ensure that a member of your party will chair one of the panels. That's not an issue for us. We welcome your advice, we welcome your input, and I think that should help you guys to help vote this through for us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor John Eakins, please.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I get very concerned when the opposition challenges that we are not wanting scrutiny. Indeed, part of the whole point of this council is that we scrutinise everything that goes on within it and it spends and the way it operates. I'm especially concerned that Councillor Hakewell brings our scrutiny into question and saying that we don't do enough. Well, if my memory is correct in what I'm thinking, is Councillor Hakewell was the chair of finance scrutiny at NCC. And a comment he made once where he was given a report to his own group, he's saying that scrutiny wasn't going too well because too many people were asking questions. And most of those questions come from his own side. So I'm a bit aghast now where Councillor Hakewell saying that we're losing democracy because we're not allowing scrutiny. Well, I just had one thing, Mr. Chairman. NCC nearly went to the wall based on its finances and the way it was spending money without any compromise. Councillor Hakewell was the chair of the Finance Scrutiny Committee. I can't say any more.
Councillor Hakewell.
Can I just clarify that anything that was said in group meetings is now free to be released in the future on that? The other thing I would say is that scrutiny was not welcomed by the executive. Not welcomed by the executive. And where are we now? Not welcomed by the executive again. I thank him for being my autobiographer, though. I really do.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lorman, Laura Lorman, you move this to finish off.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Quite interesting and challenging comments from certain people. I'm particularly concerned about a statement like EAPs squander resources, or the statement scrutiny failed. Scrutiny has not failed in this authority and will never fail. We are scrutinising absolutely everything, and I don't think it is a fair statement to say that our executive does not welcome scrutiny. That is why this report is here. We want scrutiny. We welcome scrutiny at any time. This gives an opportunity to, excuse me, to really look at every area of our council and bring forward reports where things have to change, perhaps. And it's certainly not a matter that scrutiny has ever failed in this council, and I take objection to that statement. I'm not going to prolong this anymore. I don't think there's anything else that needs to be added. It is a brilliant report, and I thank our officers for this. I look forward when the appointments are being made at the annual council, and with that, I propose this report, please.
Thank you, councillors. We'll now move to a vote. Please, your electronic voting buttons, which will appear on your mic unit once the vote has commenced. You have 30 seconds to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is now commenced. Ten seconds remaining. And that concludes the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. That is carried, councillors. Should we move on? Or can we talk about the guillotine?
Chair, leader. Leader.
Councillor Smithers, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to put forward a motion that we suspend the guillotine to hear the motions that come forward and finish the business that's on here now. Seconder.
Second. Through you, Chair, to clarify, do you mean till the end of business, which includes questions, or the end of business until after the motion?
End of business after the motions, Monitoring Officer.
Sorry, I would suggest if that is carried, we prioritise the motions in order, because people have been waiting a long time, and maybe we could take items 3 and then item 1 first.
Absolutely, Chair. Happy with that completely. Thank you.
We'll move that to the vote then, please. Hands is fine. That's carried. Well, against, but that's carried. Thank you, councillors. Agenda item 11, the Isham Bypass, Environment of Capital Budgets. Please may I see Councillor Graham Lorman to move and present this report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This report seeks to via £1.3 million of integrated transport block funding from the 21-22 and 22-23 funding streams and use £273,000 of Section 278 funding to meet the costs of preparing the plans, outline business case and planning application for the Isham Bypass. The Isham Bypass is and remains the top priority major road scheme for the authority. It's a significant investment in the major road network and is seen as such by the Department for Transport. Villagers in Isham have been canvassing for this road for many years, probably about 40 years, and the road plans have benefited from a £1 million investment by the former Borough of Wellingborough to show the local commitment at the time. Whilst a significant investment has already been made, additional funding has been needed for several reasons, including changing requirements from the Department for Transport around modelling, design changes including carbon neutral requirements, issues with watercourses, archaeology, rare bats, and new ecological requirements, plus carrying out additional public consultation and changes due to the result of negotiations with landowners. Officers felt it was important to maintain the pace of work, given the public interest, and there was a need to keep the design team together to progress the scheme without having to start with new staff or relearn the situation, which would have increased the cost. A paper agreeing for WSP to continue the work was taken to Executive in June 22. This means that we're hopeful of submitting the planning application in July and the outline business case just after. Members will note that the Department for Transport expected NNC to fund this stage of the proposals themselves. The funding has become available as officer resource was utilised on preparing active travel and COVID safety schemes during the pandemic, and then on preparations for local government reform and working to create the new Kia contract. so they were not able to progress design of some schemes. The ITB funding is capital and will not affect the funding for maintenance works. The bypass is much needed, not just to relieve Isham, but also to serve the Tritax development and ultimately Glenvale Park and Hanwood Park housing developments. So it has an excellent benefit to cost ratio of over 7, and we're determined to make this the best application we can by preparing fully. I would ask members to support this paper and the recommendation at 3.1.
Thank you. Councillor Clive Hallam, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to second that request and reserve the right to speak, unless you'd like me to carry on.
We've got 2 speakers.
I'll wait till the end.
Okay, Councillor Martin Griffiths, please.
Thank you, Chairman. For donkey's years, politicians have secured votes from residents for a proposed bypass for Isham. As recently as October 2021, an MP tweeted, "Great news, funding for the Isham bypass secured. Thanks to all those who worked to achieve this, especially at Smithers.Jason." Of course, as Councillor Hakewell pointed out earlier, Councillor Smithers was the last portfolio holder at Northamptonshire County Council. So now a further delay. I'm glad that the report in 4.3 recognises the funding provided by the former Borough Council of Wellingborough towards the work mentioned in this report, but that was in 2019. Why has there been such a delay in the design and progressing the compulsory purchase orders, etc.? I remember as a board member of SEMLEP, along with my dear friend and former MP Brian Binley, pushing the bypass at every single opportunity, only for the funding to be missed by Northamptonshire County Council's inability to pull their finger out with an oven-ready scheme in 2019. I remember visiting Westminster with Graham Raitt, the campaigner for Isham, and then meeting Jess Norman, the minister, and was given a whole 20 minutes to put our case. I recall visiting Westminster with Councillor Russell Roberts for a meeting with the then Transport Minister, Kit Malthouse, who gave us all of 30 minutes in an office no bigger than a broom cupboard. I've never been that close to Councillor Roberts in my life, but I digress. So some questions for the executive member. I hope he's got a pen. What will the impact of our land supply and housing delivery be if the bypass is further delayed, as Wellingborough North is linked to delivery of the Isham bypass? How many mature trees at the Wellingborough end of the route will be lost to deliver the Isham bypass? Will there be a plan put forward to alleviate the rat run effect that already blights the villages of Pytchley, Broughton, Allingbury and the Harrodens? And will those roads receive maintenance to cope with the increased traffic? One road suffered several fatalities in the last 5 years. And finally, in view of the dismal record over the last 36 years, has this council the ability and skills to deliver this huge, vital infrastructure project? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Andy Mercer, please.
Now I'm speaking. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The proposer said that some of this money will be spent on preparing and submitting a planning application. I've got a simple question. Is there a risk that members of the planning committee that hear that application might have predetermined it if they vote on this motion?
Councillor, we're not voting on the planning application, just on the budget around it, so you would be fine.
Thank you. There are Councillor Laura Lorman, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I very much welcome it. Yes, it is disappointing when something is delayed, but the reasons were also explained in the background papers. Having attended several of the consultation events together with the external provider who assists us with the plans and everything, I have got great faith, and I'm quite sure that they are more than competent, and so are our own officers. They're very competent, and I found it a little bit insulting that their competency was being questioned. I have faith in that. I look forward to seeing the planning application and everything surrounding it to come into whichever committee, because I presume it will be in the new committee system, and let's get on with it. It's long, long overdue. It's probably, I think as Clive said before, probably about 40 years overdue. So let's get on with it.
Councillor Anslow, please.
I feel as though I'm standing up too many times, but as I'm the only, no, I'm not the only councillor from Wellingborough, but I am the only Labour councillor from Wellingborough, and I was a member of the Borough Council when a significant amount of money was given to help with the Isham bypass, and we were all in support, both Labour and Conservative, in the council. It needed to happen. It still needs to happen. For 30 years, I think, actually, this has been on the cards. We should vote for this to say this money needs to go in, but I agree with Councillor Griffiths that one does wonder what's happened over the last few years and why this hasn't happened before.
Thank you. Councillor John Paul Carr, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. I think the Isham bypass has been far longer happening. I've found reference to a bypass for Isham in the 1930s, and in fact, my parents nearly bought a house in Isham the year I was born and decided that it was a bad idea until a bypass was built. Well, I'm not going to disclose my age, but it's over 40 years ago, Mr. Chairman. So I shall look forward to travelling on the Isham bypass. By that stage, I may be in a mobility car or something like that.
Thank you. Councillor Hallam, you wanted to come back, didn't you?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I started becoming more proactive around the bypass in 2006 when I moved to live in Isham. And it was that prompted me really to join the parish council and a lot of other things to then go on and join the borough council. So I've worked very proactively, holding placards, meeting ministers and goodness knows what else for 17 years. But that does pale into insignificance compared to the 36 years or whatever that others in Isham have supported this scheme. So Isham does deserve its bypass. One of the first things I found when I moved there was that you avoid peak times in Isham when the traffic just stops. It's as simple as that. But sort of moving on from that, it's called the Isham bypass, but as has been said, it's got far more importance than just Isham, in that it's an intrinsic part of that whole infrastructure. You know, with all the development that's going on north and east at Wellingborough, east and along the A14 commercial corridor and so on, moving that traffic down that route is imperative. And at the moment, it blocks in Isham at peak times. So, yeah, this is a request that's needed. I'd like to thank our MP for all of his involvement, that's Peter Bone, throughout these years, but also senior officers, particularly recently, who've gone out their way to come to Isham and talk to residents and explain the reasons, technical reasons behind the delays and so on. It's really appreciated. So, yeah, I welcome this. As we say, let's get on with it. We want to see it happen as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graham Lorman to finish off.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, thank you to councillors for their words of, I call it encouragement. To answer Councillor Griffiths, there would be no impact on the housing supply. It's the IWIMP, which is the extension of it, that would have an impact if it wasn't built, because obviously that would cut Glenvale Park's housing in half. Design plans will be submitted with the planning application, so any need to take trees out or whatever will be on the plans when they are finalised and submitted. As to the rat runs, obviously there is a rat run at the minute. Apart from construction difficulties, I would expect this to relieve the rat runs because people will be more inclined to use the new road rather than the current blocked up one.
Thank you, Councillor. We will now move to a vote. Please use your electronic voting buttons, which will appear on your mics once the vote has commenced. You have 30 seconds to vote. Thank you.
Okay, the vote is now commenced. Sorry? It's 10 seconds remaining. And that concludes the vote. Thank you.
And that's carried. Thank you, councillors. I'd just like to say thank you to Ben, because all this is possible today because Ben has been off sick and he came back today especially for this. I think you fought your way into work, and without this we would have been doing it all with show of hands and recorded votes on scraps of paper. So thank you to Ben. Thank you. You weren't expecting that, were you? Right. Agenda item 12, councillors. Political balance on council committees. Please may I see the monitoring officer to introduce this item.
Thank you, Chair. So this report sets out the current political balance of North Northamptonshire following the outcome of 2 recent by-elections. The report is as read, members.
Thank you. Please may I see a mover for this item. Councillor Eakins, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Mercer. Andy Mercer, thank you. Allow debate. John McGee, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. And firstly, it was amiss of me not to, or us, not to welcome Councillor Coleman. It's just a shame it's been our first long meeting, but welcome to Northamptonshire Council. Chair, can I just make a formal apology to our monitoring officer if she feels like I was saying that she was not impartial politically. If people got or perceived that, I did not mean that. And if people do think that, or even the monitoring officer think that, I apologise.
Accepted. Thank you. Councillor Laura Lorman. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a very, very quick, it might be my brain that at this time of night is not functioning too well anymore. On page 18, if I could guide you to the first table, where it says Conservative, 65.15 seats, rounded down to 65. In the next one, Labour, 17.14 seats, rounded up to 17. Could you please explain that to me?
No, I can't, but I've got somebody who might. Possibly. I'm told that's probably a typo, Councillor. Typo. Thank you. Okay. That's accepted. Councillor Jonathan Eakins, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have the honour to propose the recommended changes relating to the political balance of this council. I also congratulate Kelly Watts and Melanie Coleman for joining this council in the recent by-elections and offer them a warm welcome. As Chair of the Licensing Committee, Mr Chairman, I welcome the decision to increase the opposition of an extra seat on this committee, on this Licensing and Scrutiny, Licensing and Appeals Committee. The Licensing and Appeals Committee is a very important part of this council. And this council here is where we protect the residents. North Northamptonshire Licensing and Appeals Committee is protecting the residents of North Northamptonshire by maintaining and implementing on the policies that this council creates. Our main objectives on this licensing committee is the prevention of crime and disorder, public safety, prevention of public nuisance, but most importantly is protection of children from harm. Mr Chairman, we will welcome our new committee member from the opposition onto our licensing committee. It's a very good committee. We get a lot of work done, and as I was saying, we do help protect the residents of this North Northamptonshire Council to the best of our abilities. And by doing that, Mr Chairman, I so move the report.
Councillor Hakewill, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I hope Councillor Eakins is noting for future reference. Green Alliance on page 18 shows 1.5 seats previously, 1.5 seats now, rounded down to 1. I didn't quite understand how you could have the same number of seats and previously we were 2, and now we're 1. So that's question number 1. Question number 2, very quickly, is for the first year of this council, the Green Alliance had 1 planning seat, and then out of the ether came 2. Not for tonight, unless it's easy to answer, but I'd like a written answer to that one. But how does that Green Alliance 1.5 stay the same and yet lose a seat? Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
To Councillor Hagewell's point, the issue you have there is that clearly, if you look at the table on page 18, the lower table, you have a situation where the Conservative group are entitled to 6.75, so they're entitled to at least 6 seats. Then you have a situation where the Green Alliance have 1.5, where it's clearly they're entitled to at least 1 seat. And then you have a 0.75 for the Conservatives and a 0.75 for Labour, which, if you like, trumps the Greens' 0.5, if that makes sense. So whilst it may seem a bit weird, the simple fact is you have to take or try and take those that are nearest to a full, to the figure 1. So in this case, because of the result, we have a situation as laid out in the table, which is the way that some parties have had seats on things as well. You take the one with the highest percentage point. Does that make sense? It's late in the evening, and I'm not sure it made sense to me.
The definition of weird caps it. What about the second one for the first year, when we were 1 seat and then we became 2 for the second?
We'll provide the written answer you requested, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Andy Mercer, please.
I didn't speak when I seconded, so I'm speaking now. We've just passed a motion earlier on to change the planning system and have 2 large area committees instead of 4 committees. This means that very shortly the 4 area committees will cease to meet, if not immediately. That being the case, it doesn't seem to be particularly important how many people are on the Kettering Area Committee one way or the other, because it won't meet more than once more, if that. And I would expect at some point to receive a report saying what the split of parties will be on the 2 new area committees. So I look forward to that. Thank you.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Mercer. Obviously, if you track back, the changes to scrutiny and to planning will not become effective until the new municipal year, so they won't become effective to annual council towards the end of May. So there may be business, obviously, for these committees between now and May. And with the annual council papers, as usual, I will contact the group leaders prior to annual council, detailing their seat allocation on the various committees as will be in place for annual council, and that will give the information that your group requires, and I'm sure that will be shared with the group.
Thank you. That concludes the speakers, but John Eakins, did you move this? You did? Yeah, would you like to... Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. We will now move to the vote, councillors, please. Use your electronic voting buttons. You know what to do, please. You have 30 seconds to vote.
Thank you, Chair. The vote is now commencing.
Do 3 first. Yeah, because it's yeah.
10 seconds remaining. And that concludes the vote. Thank you.
Sorry? Yeah, please.
Just to confirm, members, that those recommendations are passed by 60 votes yes, no abstentions and 1 no.
Right, that's carried, councillors. Thank you. We move now on to the motions. I'm going to deal with motion 3 first, please. And then we will deal with motion 1 and then take the others in order. Councillor Mark Pengelly to move, please.
I'm not going to say too much on this, Chair. I think you all heard from Claire and Lauren earlier, 2 inspirational sisters, and I think each and every one of you were shocked by what you heard. Corby's a close-knit community, and we were appalled by what's happened, and I know that North Northamptonshire will be appalled as well. A man who murdered and raped a young child allowed to change his name. A man who murdered and raped a young child reoffends and doesn't have to go on the sex offenders register. That's wrong. The Rehabilitation of Offenders Act is important, and I think we all recognise the importance of it. But when somebody reoffends, they have to be taken into account and held to account, and I think each and every person in this room will agree on that. Colette's sisters are asking for change in the law to protect all of us, all our families in this North Northamptonshire and all over the country. And can I thank my group for allowing this to come forward? Can I thank the leader of the council who's told me that his group's going to support it? And I can thank, which will be strange, Tom Pursglove as well, because Tom Pursglove has been absolutely brilliant in supporting the family. And I'd like to thank him and put that on the record. And can I also thank Kate Cronin, because Kate has been an inspiration and been working with the family for 4 years in trying to bring this into the public realm. And finally, I'd like this to be moved, and can I thank the 2 sisters, Lauren and Claire, for all they've done in protecting everybody. Thank you.
Councillor Lynn Buckingham, please, to second the motion.
Thank you. I am very proud to second this motion and reserve the right if somebody wants to talk. If people don't, that's fine too.
Well, there's nobody wishes to speak, Councillor, so now's your chance. Oh, Councillor Harrison now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I well remember this horrific incident. I was a pupil at Pope John School in Corby at that time, and Colette's mum worked at the school. I can remember just how awful it was at the time when she went missing, and my heart goes out to Colette's sisters. And, you know, I absolutely support the writing of this letter and North Northampton Council getting behind the campaign that has been so ably run. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chris Smith-Haynes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, struggling to get up there. I remember this as well. At the time, I had 2 little girls aged 4 and 5. So with Colette being 6, my blood ran cold. It was awful. Every mother, I believe, would have held their children a little bit tighter. But I'd like to speak really as a former victim support volunteer who has learned through many training sessions and much experience over the decades that a victim is just a piece of evidence. That's all they count for in law. And it's wrong. It's just so terribly wrong. We now have victim statements, impact statements being brought before the court. But I just feel it hasn't gone far enough. And so I wholeheartedly support this. Thank you.
Councillor Laura Lorman, please.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I think it was absolutely courageous and wonderful that the two sisters spoke earlier. And I don't think there's anybody who wouldn't sympathise with that. There is a fantastic programme that advises ministers, and I understand it's called the Truth Project. And it is the ears of victims and the families and everybody else to speak about their experience, especially with sexual abuse and violent acts against anybody. What I found absolutely flabbergasting, and until I read this and heard that an offender can actually change their name, and that is absolutely wrong. And I'm well aware that the Sex Offenders Register, I think it's about 10 years that an offender stays on the register before they bump off and can continue. And I think a lot of it lies also with the probation services to really think how they can reprogram almost any sex offender.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Smithers, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to acknowledge the brave two individual sisters that came in and spoke about their sister who met her death at a very young age. It was a horrendous crime for what I have read. No 6-year-old should be killed at all. No 6-year-old should be subjected to what happened to that poor child. I think we need to do what we can do here at North Northamptonshire to make our streets safer so this sort of thing doesn't happen. It will be my absolute honour to write to the Minister to ask for the requests of these two very, very inspirational young ladies that have come here and spoke today. It was a horrendous crime, and they have demonstrated their sheer determination to make sure no other family has to suffer a plight like this again. Thank you.
Thank you. No more speakers. So, Councillor Lynn Buckingham, did you want to say something before Mark Pengelly?
A short one. Thank you so much for standing up and speaking out on behalf of Colette's sisters. We all acknowledge the braveness, the fight that they've continued to take over the years in memory of their sister. Thank you all so much tonight.
Thank you. Councillor Pengelly?
Everybody for the support on this, and just I don't know if Laura Lorman, and I know you do understand things, because the crime happened before the sex offender register happened. That's why he's not on it, and that is absolutely deplorable. And the fact that he's reoffended, he should be on that register. But I'd like to thank everybody, and I'd like to thank the leader for taking this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We will now move to a vote. Please use your electronic voting buttons as usual. You have 30 seconds to vote, please.
Thank you. The vote is now commenced.
Sorry? Can I change it? There's one or two I wanted to vote yes on.
10 seconds remaining. Thank you, and that concludes the votes.
That's unanimously carried. Even the chair, who normally abstains, voted for it, I might add. Thank you, councillors. We'll now move on to motion 1, which I said came after motion 3. This is in the capable hands of Councillor Valerie Anslow, please.
I just feel as though we need to pause for a moment, because we're now about to talk about trees, and we've just heard, well, we've just voted on something that is, yeah, time for us to pause, just for a minute, please, before I launch in. Okay. And can I also apologise to anyone who may have been affected by what I said earlier? I was, in rather a clumsy way, trying to make a point on the matter to do with scrutiny. So I'll endeavour to be more careful in future, and I hope you accept my apologies. Okay, the motion I am proposing that you have in front of you strengthens the tree preservation orders that at the present time are not worth the paper they're written on. We only need to look at the headlines from Sheffield, Plymouth and Wellingborough. I don't think people in Plymouth or Sheffield even know of Wellingborough. They do now. They do now because we are with them. All three places have had trees felled despite tree preservation orders being in place. We've already heard tonight from the excellent speakers from Wellingborough who have spoken with conviction and knowledge about the situation where 61 trees from the historic Wellingborough Walks would now be lying on the ground like the casualties of a disaster if those protesters had not taken up the challenge to prevent it. I, for one, would like to thank the people of Wellingborough who've worked hard to save their natural heritage. Thank you. I do not want to repeat their arguments so passionately given, but instead I want to consider the future of trees across North Northants, so that the situation we've found in Wellingborough is not repeated elsewhere in this authority. This motion that I urge you to pass tonight will strengthen the TPOs through the planning process, and those trees which the local community recognise as significant and part of the natural heritage of the town will be considered a material consideration in any planning application, whether it be major or minor. Now, TPOs, as we know, are already a material consideration, but as we've learnt from Wellingborough, the weight of that material consideration was not taken into account when the decision was made. Through this motion, we are calling for planning officers to flag up any development which has a TPO in place, and that sufficient and specific information is given to decision makers to ensure that any resident or organisation is treated equally and fairly. Now, it's clear from the decision to fell so many trees in Wellingborough that the developers of Stanton Cross were treated more favourably than the residents of Wellingborough to enable Route 2 to be built. If this motion had been in place at the time of that decision, then the residents would have been consulted and their views taken into account. So a suitably qualified officer would give advice that would contain specific information to support those making the decision. They would assess the weight to be attached to the material consideration of keeping the trees or losing them. In the case of the Wellingborough trees, there was no weight attached to the evidence that 61 trees in a historic Victorian walk from the town centre to the River Nen would be cut down. They stood for nothing against the juggernauts and the material consideration of a bypass, which we need, by the way, just as Isham does. I have not seen the evidence in any plans passed to show that the trees were taken into consideration at all. Surely this is wrong. This motion aims to put the future right. So while you're sitting and deciding how to vote on this motion, I would ask you to consider your own division, the one you represent in North Northants, and consider any significant stands of trees that enhance the natural environment and help us towards our net zero target. In the event of a development, would you want them to be given the weight due to them, whether the plans go to committee or are delegated to an officer? This motion will ensure that the weight of the consideration is proportionate to the development being considered. We have the responsibility to both protect our historic and natural heritage, both of which appear, of course, on our logo for North Northants, and the responsibility of providing homes and jobs for our residents. That's two things we have to do. As we've seen in Wellingborough, Stanton Cross and Route 2, getting the balance between heritage and growth can be fraught with difficulties.
Time, Councillor. Thank you.
So I move this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Anne Lee, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm proud to second this motion, and I reserve the right to speak. But can I, Chair, ask for your indulgence to insert the 5 words that fell away, which is at the top of page 4. This motion calls on this council to ensure, etc. But we can. I just say that before someone else points it out. But right.
Yeah. Councillor Desdale, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be supporting this motion, and the actions of the Wellingborough tree protectors should be lauded. Earlier this month, Sir Mark Lawcock's report was released concerning the Sheffield Street Tree Massacre, which began in 2016 and saw thousands of trees felled unnecessarily and 41 residents arrested, many of them elderly, for trying to protect the trees. In the report, it states that the council's head of press was warning his chief executive of the reputational damage being done to the local authority. Put simply, there is no good picture of older residents being arrested. There is no good way to photograph a tree lying in the street. Lowcock concluded, the dispute did significant harm. Sheffield's reputation was damaged. Public trust and confidence in the council was undermined and it has not been fully rebuilt. That dispute raged for years until the council finally backed down. I would remind the council that all this took place before any climate and environmental emergencies were declared across the country. You may also have seen that Plymouth City Council recently felled 100 trees under the cover of darkness, for which they were widely condemned and the leader of the council promptly resigned. So back to the Wellingborough walks. I would welcome an investigation into why so many local people were ignored, and it finally took a barrister to climb a tree and get over 3 million views on Twitter for the council to agree to a meeting. I also want to thank those members of the community who stepped up and cared deeply not only for the trees but for the heritage of their town. Without those people, I have no doubt that all 61 trees would now be wood chip. I really hope that this council can engage more with the community, work with the developers to resolve this to save the remaining trees, and learn from this and take those learnings forward into other popular campaigns such as Staunch in Titchmarsh and Save Weeklevel Wood in Kettering. I really hope that North Northants will not become another Sheffield or Plymouth. Supporting this motion goes some way to preventing that. Thank you.
Councillor John Eakins, please.
Thank you, Chair. Me writing biographies and the lack of memory loss on the backbench must be contagious. I applaud Councillor Griffiths speaking on saving the trees in Wellingborough along the historic walk along North Northamptonshire. And I'll also put my neck on the block by saying I will praise Councillor Smithers in intervening as he did and getting the tree felling paused at this time. But bear with me. I may remind this council that it was Borough Council Wellingborough that made the decision to fell trees. It was in a planning decision that was made. It was left to officers to determine how many trees come down, and the paper in 2005 clearly said that there will be a significant loss of trees in London Road. That's the ambiguity. Nobody knew how many trees they were talking about. We didn't know how many trees they were talking about until we had a meeting on the 9th of February down by the embankment. What was interesting, Mr. Chairman, if I may ask, is the original planning decision was probably made around about 2005, 2006. It came into council at Wellingborough numerous times since that. But the one that really stands out in my mind and having good memory is the one that was in December in 2015, where there was numerous things on Stanton Cross that was going through the planning committee at the time, which I can say I was proud to be on. On that planning committee, There were some items there at Stanton Cross. There was a green cemetery that was being voted to be removed. There was allotments that were voted to be removed, and a secondary school that was planned to be removed. I am embarrassed to say that that planning permission was granted for Stanton Cross to build a number of probably 400 plus more houses. And we lost those amenities. And it was good that Vistry showed us on their drawings that they were actually back on the plans. So that was a good thing. However, the killer one was when we discussed Route 2. Now, we voted on Route 2. Now, I can say that there was 3 councillors in this room tonight that was on that planning committee, Councillor Lorman being one and Councillor Malcolm Ward being the other. It was proposed that Route 2 would go through again with some amendments. Mr. Chairman, at that time, I wasn't happy with the information and the details on Route 2. So I proposed that we have a deferment of that paper and that decision until we have more information, more details, and quantify what was actually going to happen down there by the embankment. Councillor Lorman, Graham Lorman there, seconded that. Mr. Chairman, it went to a vote, 5 vote for, 5 vote against. I have to say, Councillor Griffiths was one of those that voted against. The chair of the planning committee at the time had a casting vote. He used his casting vote, and I'm sorry we lost that amendment or that deferment. I will be there in a minute, sorry.
Half a minute.
What I'm trying to say is that Councillor Griffiths, who now says he wants to protect trees, had the chance to stop that happening. But his decision, and of that committee, was at all costs to push Stanton Cross through. And I know that, okay, because I was accused of telling the planning of predetermination.
Time up, please.
I'll just finish off. I've only got a couple of seconds more.
Time up.
I'm afraid, Chairman, that the slap on the hands sits with the planning department and Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ken Harrington, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm not going to blame people, name any names. One thing I'd like to say is that I support the motion 100%. The one thing that I do want to come on to is this, that the whole situation in Wellingborough got totally and utterly out of hand. It got completely out of hand because people who should have got involved at the start decided they would keep their heads down, say nothing, when they should have spoken up and told people what was going on. And that's where the problem was. And that is why the situation got to the situation that we have now, where we have to go back now, we've got to talk to Vistry. We have to speak to them. Now, I've been an elected member of Wellingborough for 32 years. I'm on the planning committee here at North Northants Council. Nobody told me anything about this. I knew nothing until a week beforehand. And then it was all too late. There were people getting arrested and God knows what. What I want to ask the leader is this. Would you, leader, I've been an elected member for 32 years. I have a responsibility for Wellingborough. Would you allow me any meetings that are going to be had now with Vistry, that you allow me on it, so that I can speak on behalf of Wellingborough, as other people had the opportunity but didn't do? I want to see this whole situation now settled, and we can settle it. There might well be 1 or 2 more trees that have to be taken down, 1 or 2, but we're certainly not going to agree to another 40, and that was mentioned at one point, 40 and 20. I went to the meetings in Wellingborough, and one meeting amazed me. Vistry employed bouncers on the door. Incredible. And somebody said, who's paying for that? North Northants Council? I said, no, it's not. That should never have happened. It should never have been allowed to get to this situation. People that kept their heads down and wouldn't answer their phones and wouldn't answer emails and decided to say nothing and thought it would all just go away have created the situation that we are now in. Let's get it sorted.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Helen Harrison, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you'll probably be pleased to know that I'm actually going to speak to the motion. I think it's, I'm very happy, I will say from the outset, to support this motion. I think that on the whole, the planning system does much of this already, but anything that can strengthen that, I think, is really important. It's, as everybody who's spoken about the trees tonight has pointed out, the trees are incredibly important. It's very, very difficult. It takes a great many years, as we know, to replace mature trees and to have the environmental impact that they have. So I think that as we're looking at planning applications in the future and we are aware of mature trees in the vicinity of that application, we need to look at that very, very carefully and where we can design development around those trees and make sure that we keep them, we absolutely must and should. So if this motion helps to strengthen that, I am happy to support it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Hakewell, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to thank both those who have moved and seconded this motion. And it's a real shame that all the residents had to come to Corby tonight to protest to get a solution to this particular problem. But thank goodness that they did. I'd also like to thank all those speakers, but Kevin Allen, who spoke so eloquently about the fact that you can do this job if you need to do it by being more careful by where you do these things, where you put these pipes and where they are. And what a shame it was that there was not an open and transparent conversation way after the planning permission went forward with the eloquence of those speakers able to come forward. And I just sincerely hope that what we passed this evening is not going to restrict that. And it felt a little bit like it might be going to do so. As for Councillor Eakins, he's clearly an autobiographer of all of us. I think those people who have waited all night to hear a contribution like that, which is slating another member of this council who was a member before, if Councillor Eakins wants to meet and talk about some of the things that he did on the county council, then maybe we should. But what a shame that a debate like this should go along those lines, because there are a lot of passionate people who are very concerned about that. And if you want to keep digging up the past, there's plenty of past for us all to dig up. And I think it's a great shame that the debate was devalued by taking a sling at the former leader of Borough Council of Wellingborough. I can also say from positive experience, Rothwell North Sustainable Urban Extension came to Kettering Borough Council in 2007. 10 years later, it came to a planning committee with 1 week's notice, and we now have a development which is not appropriate in terms of transport and so on. These things change and they iterate. Environmental issues change and iterate. So if a planning application is on the books for 10, 12 years, it's highly likely that people have moved forward in their thinking on those particular things. So I absolutely will support this. My only concern is that if you go to parish councils as I do, and as a ward councillor, we are not getting the service from planning because planning is not fully staffed. So where there is something that is optional, it really does worry me that in this case, we should have had, people with chainsaws were ready to go and everything else, and it was only on the 9th of February that colleagues were alerted that these informal, we will advise councillors and so on, will only work, and that's why I think the planning changes won't work.
Councillor, thank you.
Because we don't have enough people. The people we have worked tirelessly. We do not have enough planning officers. So this could fail if we don't put the right amount of people in place. But thank you to everyone who came.
Councillor Fedorovich, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I can't express my gratitude for everybody sitting in the gallery right now, and also the people that raised the alarm. It's down to you that this has unfolded the way it has, and ultimately took a stand to protect our environment when the council would not do that, when this council would not do that. The fact that this has had to happen does strike me that we're heading towards being another Sheffield or Plymouth. Our trees and green spaces are not protected, nor have I seen any intention to change their protection at this stage. This has to change. We declared a climate and ecological emergency in 2021, and what policies have we amended? What safeguarding elements have we added to try and protect our green infrastructure, the healthy trees throughout our county? Nothing. That's what we've done. We have influence as a local council. We do not need to wait for every bit of planning policy to roll down from central government, because if we wait for that, that will be too late. We are waiting for policies that are never going to come. We need to protect our green spaces while we still can, and this is the tip of the iceberg, ensuring that planning applications that come forward has better advice on officers as to their health, and making trees a material consideration as it is and as it should be, and influencing as much as we can to dissuade the removal of healthy and thriving greenery. Biodiversity is in rapid decline. We know this, and our influence is being wasted, as are our assets. The people have had enough of talk and no action. This is a fantastic motion and an excellent start, but we need a meeting on this issue with key officers and all and any members that want to shape this policy properly. It needs to be transparent and inclusive for the public. We need to draw a line with this issue now and properly make a change. But now we need to support this motion, which is the bare minimum we should be doing. Thank you very much for everyone, for all your work, so much.
Councillor Zoe McGee, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was really struck by the passion and the excellent just deliverance and emotion by our speakers today. And yeah, again, thank you for being so blooming patient. I bet it wasn't easy sitting there listening to that for the last couple of hours. So I really appreciate that. And I just would like to say, actually, that I was really struck by the sentence that I've actually used before when discussing issues in my ward, is to put yourself in the shoes of those people and imagine that was in your ward. Now, I almost don't want to say it for fear that someone could come after ours next, but Kingswood is named so because of its absolutely glorious woodland. And if that was our woods and my ward and my community and the place that I live, too right I would get arrested to save that. So well done and thank you. But with reluctance to not just fill the room with hot air and put some sort of outcome forward, I'd actually like to ask Councillor Harrison or the leader or whoever is able to ask this question, the reapplication fee for Vistry to put forward a new application that bypasses the trees, how much is it to do that? How much does that cost? And as a gesture of, I suppose you could say a gesture of goodwill, but that's a bit loose, as a recognition of good judgment and as compensation for the damage done so far, would the council be willing to waive that reapplication fee and allow Vistry to reapply free of charge and save these trees? But I don't wish to add controversy to what has actually been an incredible debate and a well-agreed debate. So on that note, thank you. Thank you to all for your patience in coming today, and thank you for your fight. It's extremely refreshing to have a good bit of fight at this council, and I truly welcome it. So thank you very much.
Councillor Martin Griffiths, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'll try not to rise to the bait of the comments that were made earlier, but I'll also speak in favour of the motion. And why wouldn't I? I was the leader of the council who instigated the TPOs on the actual trees in question. But I will correct a couple of things. Firstly, that the Borough Council of Wellingborough was a planning authority but it was not a highways authority. These were highways trees. The planning committee, which is a quasi-judicial committee. Councillor Eakins knows that. Planning is a quasi-judicial process. So to suggest that I single-handedly decided that that committee would vote in favour of something is ridiculous, and he knows it. The fact of the matter is that between the time of that application and the trees being removed, it was as bombshell to me as it was to anybody. And what Vistry have actually said is that NNC officers approved the removal of 61 trees without reference to members or any planning committee. That is what they've said. When I finally got a response to a series of questions over this shambolic situation, I was told that the town council members, all members, were not advised or informed of the loss of the trees because there was not a requirement to do so. That is where this has gone horribly wrong. It's a complete lack of communication, and I hope that lessons will be learned from it. As far as Stanton Cross is concerned, this route is vital. But it isn't vital to knock down or take down 61 trees. And I remind everybody that with Stanton Cross, it's delivering £1 billion worth of benefit to Northamptonshire. And before one single house was built on Stanton Cross, the River Eyes was moved, the country park was laid down, and that will deliver the green corridor for Wellingborough. So people need to get a proper memory of what happened, and stop using this as a personal attack. I support the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor John Paul Carr, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Fully in support of the motion. In actual fact, the 3 paragraphs break it down quite well. I think particularly the very last paragraph in the motion. However, I think we need to be very careful about what we are thinking about. As I said, I fully support this. Natural heritage is often intertwined with that of built heritage, that of social and local history and community history, public spaces and private spaces as well. We have to also think, obviously, about our local planning policies and planning law, and how we can strengthen those within our local area as well. And I think that particularly sums up the very last paragraph that Councillor Anslow has proposed. The second paragraph, I'm going to give you a little bit of a history lesson now, Mr. Chairman, and it's about growth. Growth of any place is usually to do with justifiable progress. Wellingborough, when those walks were laid out in 1846, 1847, was not anywhere near the size that it obviously currently is. In 1845, a railway line had been built from Northampton to Peterborough. The reason why the walks were put in was to provide a pedestrian route for people to the railway station at what is now Little Irchester. In addition to that, the addition of lime trees provide other natural aspects, particularly because the town gasworks were located on the London Road. In the 1890s, the River Nen Railway Bridge River Bridge was made wider because of an impact of traffic on the town of Wellingborough. Little Irchester didn't exist. It was built because of the railway and the communication routes, and the overall growth of Wellingborough, which was also impacted by, in 1857, the railway line being built from from London, in theory, through to Leicester. Midland Road and Mill Road wasn't even built, and it was built on open countryside. In actual fact, the Victorians ripped out hedgerows, they ripped out trees, as much as any of the previous generation did when it came to development. This motion, therefore, hopefully strengthens us going forward so we don't make mistakes from the past. And all I would hope is that there are further dialogues between Vistry and NNC to try and look at other solutions to the issues of the removal of the trees in Wellingborough. Fully supportive of the motion, Mr. Chairman.
So if you need a history lesson, you know where to go, okay? The next speaker, Anna Pandey, please, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. And good to see so many people here, member of public, taking interest in their community and neighborhood. And I really appreciate that. And I appreciate the gentleman who threatened me to not speak anything against this motion. I'm going to support this motion, but not because you threatened me not to speak anything against this motion. And we all know that this council has committed to be carbon neutral by 2030. We all know that trees are important. We need more green space. And this council under our leader, Jason, is working very well. We have planted over 4,000 new trees. So assuming that only few particular political parties are favoring green space or new trees, or only they are working for you, is absolutely wrong. You coming here for protest, that is absolutely right. That is your democratic right. But threatening someone not to speak, thinking that the person is going to speak against the motion or only some few particular parties will work for you, that is absolutely wrong. We are also here to work for the public. We care for the public, what they think. And I said this council is doing wonderful job under Jason. We have planted so many trees, and what I understand, I was not there when this planning was approved. Maybe there was some communication gap or the lack of technical information. But I'm happy that today we pass a planning process, planning permission, where ward councillor will have say to recall any planning permission. So I end my speech with that, and thank you for coming here. And yes, I support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Malcolm Ward, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to add to John Paul Carr's history lesson here a bit. I've sat on Wellingborough Planning Committee since 2003 and currently on it now under NNC, during which time for 3 years I was Vice Chairman, and for 8 years I was actually Chairman, although not when this dreadful vote happened in 2018. I was as horrified as Councillor Eakins, Weatherall, Anslow and Graham Lorman and myself when we met Vistry on the 9th of February. I couldn't believe what I was being told. Councillor Lorman looked shocked, and the others, well, we listened, we said, in fact we talked to Vistry's representative and said, had he actually consulted with any of the businesses around there that were going to be affected by all the road closures while these came down? This was a week before they were supposed to start. They hadn't. So that's their degree of communication. I went back from that meeting and got on the Wellingborough Planning Portal because that does record an awful lot of things, and I looked into the history of this application. I know that Stanton Cross, as it now is, Wellingborough East as it was approved under inspectorate, not by Wellingborough, back in the 90s as the first urban extension to be built should Wellingborough have one. Nothing we can do about that, whether we like it or not. But since then, and the actual portal only went back to 2004, up to 2018, there were over 146 applications for variation of the original outline and actual template, and some of those applications had as many as 460 documents to one actual application. So you can see the problem that councillors had at that time. I was one of the 5, like Councillor Eakins, on that day that wanted a bit of deferment as to where this was going. We were told a few trees. Originally, back in 2008, when I chaired a meeting, I was told 10 to 12, which was acceptable for the growth I thought at the time, but certainly not 61. So in actual fact, I'm as horrified as everybody else is. I'm delighted that so many people have taken action, that we've actually stopped it getting worse. But as a word of warning, and particularly with the motion that we passed earlier today with amendment regarding planning, planning is very dangerous. Every member needs to get very involved with it all the time. I go through every application in my ward. I don't just look and think, oh, that looks all right. I go to the portal, see all the documentation, etc. All right, I'm on the planning committee. But other members already should be doing that as well. I hope that's a word of warning. I support the motion wholeheartedly, as I did back then and didn't want these trees removed anyway. And I've got 60 in my garden now, and I'm happy to keep them there.
Councillor Smithers, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I have to agree this motion is a fantastic motion, and I thank the two that brought it to this council. I can absolutely confirm that my group will be supporting this motion for all the reasons that have been articulated by so many speakers before myself. It's well documented, the benefits of trees, and we need to embrace trees, older trees, young trees. We need a cross-balance across our area. I want to draw some attention to the process that follows this. Myself, my officers, the local MP met with Vistry in Wellingborough, and that was a well-documented meeting where the press were involved, and a statement came out after. We negotiated a stop to the felling of those trees at that point. We've now also stopped those trees being felled until the bird nesting season is over. I am absolutely in awe of the supporters that are here tonight and have come down here. I mean, it's a late session, even for us lot, even us seasoned individuals down here. You stood your ground there, you stood your ground in Wellingborough. Well done to every single one of them. The rebel with a cause, as I called him. Thank you, sir. The rebel with a cause, the old gentleman that got arrested, I think his name was Daniel or something like that. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. Yeah, absolutely a fantastic chap. Spoke with him when I came out after the meeting. Look, I have this very simple message that we stand here now as an administration, as a council, and it's a very clear message to Vistry. If you want to change your application to save those trees, as they have said to so many of you that went to their public engagement session loosely, I guess, when people can't talk or ask questions and members of the press are almost excluded. If they want to bring a variation to this authority, we will listen. We want the trees saved. We want to be able to see what we can do to make those trees survive. Vistry, it's in their court. The ball is in their court to deliver this to us. We are ready to listen to them, to save those trees in Wellingborough, and to make all the work that you guys up there have done week in, week out, around those trees in the freezing cold, worth it. Thank you.
Councillor David Brackenbury, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, thank you for your passion and your enthusiasm and your support on this. Remembering, of course, that planning is always a balance. Now, the proposer of this motion has said that the Route 2 bypass is in fact needed. So we have a very useful period of time between here and the end of the bird nesting season to actually bang heads together, to talk to the developer, talk to the promoter, see how we can get the route, the growth we need in that part of Wellingborough, and to save the trees as far as can be done, and to sort of work together to make sure that we have sustainable growth in Wellingborough and indeed in other communities. Planning is always a tightrope. We always have situations where you should do no development at all, nothing should be ever moved or changed, and that isn't sustainable. J.P. Carr, Councillor Carr's exposition of 19th century growth in Wellingborough was fascinating, and of course nothing sits in aspic. There will always be change, and some of that will sometimes have unfortunate or negative consequences. But we do have to balance it with biodiversity and with preserving the heritage and the history which Wellingborough is so rich in. So I congratulate all of you, and let's just keep communicating with the developers, with this council, with this authority, and with yourselves as well, just to make sure members of the public know what's going on. Thank you very much.
Don't worry, we're not going away.
Councillor Andy Weatherall, please.
Thank you, Chair. I support this motion. I'd like to really analyse what has happened, and I think what we should try and do is fix the problem and not the blame. If we go back to the 9th of February, Councillor Anslow, Ward, Lorman, Eakins and myself, at the invite of Vistry, went to the site. What that revealed is their serious communication problems. At that meeting, I personally felt misled by them in what we were being told on a number of levels, about the law, about the authority granted, about the utility rerouting. That was a key aspect in why they were going to have to take so many down. Kevin Allen, in his speech earlier on, revealed that is not necessarily the case. So I think what we should do is we should go back to Vistry. Let's take them at their word and get them to revisit this. They said they will. Let's see if they will. So I fully support this motion, but it's all about doing as little damage as possible. And I think we want to do as little damage to these trees. Undoubtedly, there will be some. I'm reminded of an old expression. I think it's a Greek proverb. A society grows great when old men plant trees in whose shade they shall never sit. Some old men did that a long time ago, and I'm an old man who doesn't want to see them go down, because I want lots more generations to sit under those trees in that avenue, and I support this motion.
Councillor Helen Howell, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've listened to, obviously, all of the comments here tonight and sat nice and quietly while I've listened to the eloquent speakers and all of our colleagues who are really passionate about everything that we do at this council. Nobody wants to cut down trees. Nobody. Why would we? I mean, we'd have to be absolutely crazy to want to do that. The strength of feeling from the public, why would we as a council or elected members want to go against that? Why would we? Why would we put ourselves in that position? But let's not forget here, we are not the people who have the planning permission. We are not the people with the chainsaws. That's not us. It is Vistry that have the... Sorry, excuse me. It is Vistry that have the planning permission and have the chainsaws. They are the ones...
Quiet, please.
Thank you. They are the ones who we need to convince, along with you, to stop doing what they're doing. As I've said, they do have the permission, okay? So we are not supposed to be in a battle here. We're supposed to work together to try and resolve this issue.
Through the chair, please.
Okay? Sorry, thank you, Chair. So there are TPOs on those trees, you're absolutely right. But adding TPOs after planning permission is given is just as bad as my grandmother used to say, shutting the gate after the horse has bolted. You know, obviously, that is a problem. There is nothing we can say other than hindsight is a wonderful thing. So come on, guys, let's all work together. Let's support this motion for the future. We have to think about the future now. We have to think about development that's coming forward in the future and how we can protect our trees. But let's get Vistry, as Councillor Weatherall said, it's up to them to come to the table. They keep telling us all, telling you, that they're willing to do it. Well, let's see them. Let's call them out on it. Thank you.
Be quiet, please. Councillor Valerie Anslow, there are no more speakers. You propose this. You have the right to reply. Oh, Councillor. Did you reserve the right to reply? Then I apologise. Up you come.
It's all right. It's all right, Chair. Thank you very much. I was going to sing the praises of the benefits to people of trees outside woods, but instead I sent you all the 38-page document, and I can feel the passion in the room, and thank you to all the speakers. Thank you for supporting this motion. It's absurd that street trees can be removed in minutes, but replacing them can take ages, as the Woodland Trust says. And the location of the trees relative to pollution sources determines how effective they are at removing pollutants. It's the roadside trees that are so important now at the time of climate change. So thank you for your support of this. And the horse is not bolted. There are still trees standing there. There are all the trees in future planning applications. There's so many more trees that are being cut down at 60 mature trees a day in the UK for all sorts of different planning applications. So we can be vigilant and look out for them. And thank you very much for supporting this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Angelo, you seem to be winning. Do you want to carry on at this stage?
Well, I just want to say I'm feeling the temperature of the room, and I'm beginning to feel that this might actually go through without an amendment. But I need to make a few points, if you don't mind. First of all, tree felling has stopped. That's great, and it's good to hear that it won't continue until after the bird nesting season, by which time I hope this will be sorted, and I hope that people have got round the table and talked and come to a sensible decision. Can I just remind you that it was due to the protest, the public protest, that NCC got round the table in the first place. They didn't get there until you people put those ribbons around the trees, put in the posters, made the noise, and were prepared to be arrested. So, you know, and it took a while, but eventually we got there. They did make that move, and they did stop the cutting, which is great. I will be going back to Wellingborough, and I'll be ensuring that Vistry does get round the table with you and Wellingborough Town Council, hopefully. And as Councillor Howell said, we need to get Vistry to do the work with NCC. Yeah? But I suggest that we do the right thing and we make the first move. Why not? This motion will ensure that ward members, we've already talked about this evening, to do with the planning reorganisation of the committees, that ward members will be informed if trees have got TPOs on them. And I'd like to think that all members read their emails that tell them where there's a planning application coming up, whether it's major or minor. And I would also hope that members will be mindful of the natural heritage and take seriously those TPOs that will be in place. But of course, this is where NCC and the local residents and the town and the parish councils can work together. That's what it's about, working together to protect significant trees and give them due weight. So I hope I'm feeling it right, and I'm hoping that this is going to be passed, which will be momentous. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. We'll now move to a vote. Please use your electronic voting buttons. As usual, you have 30 seconds to vote.
Thank you, Chair. The vote is now commenced. Ten seconds remaining. And that concludes the vote. Thank you.
I'll ask Paul to read the result out, please, so there's no doubt?
Those voting in favour of the motion, 59. 1 abstention, nobody voting against.
Motion 2, councillors, please. Councillor Emily Fedorovich, please. You have 5 minutes.
Sorry, I messed that up, sorry. We were going to ask to defer it to next time, if that's okay with council.
Yeah. You wish to defer this to next time?
Till next next full council meeting, please.
I'm sure
That'd be-
everybody will be happy
I feel
with that.
like, in the room,
Thank
be
you.
grateful of that.
Motion 4, councillors. Councillor Alison DL, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I think we've had a good debate on potholes this evening, so I'm not going to labour the point, and I'm very tired, so I want to get home too. This motion simply calls for an action plan to be developed with Kia to address the public's concerns over the poor state of the roads and to present that action plan to the Executive in July 2023 for review. I don't think that this is an unreasonable or a controversial request. We heard from Councillor Ruby regarding his concerns about the dangers of cycling on our roads currently, and comments from others who signed the petition. If this motion is carried, I look forward to reading the action plan in due course, so I move the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Lynn Buckingham, please.
Sorry. I want to second this motion, and I would like to reserve the right to speak.
Any speakers to this item, please? Councillor Hakewell, please.
Yeah, I would like to just make the point that at the last, I think it was Scrutiny Commission, I did make the point that we need to scrutinise the Kia contract. And the aside comment was, oh, we'll give them a year and then we will look at it. So I totally welcome this motion, but we should be scrutinising Kia. It's not as if they're new boys on the block. So I hope that aside comment can be now converted, that this will appear on a scrutiny agenda, ideally to inform with our intellect on scrutiny the Executive. So I hope that will be taken on board.
Councillor Jean Addison, please.
Thank you, Chair. I support this motion. I remember when I was first elected in 2003, speaking to the then executive member at NCC, which wasn't Councillor Smith, as you'll be glad to hear. And I described the roads then as a patchwork quilt eaten by moths, and there's been no improvement over the years. These roads are dangerous, not only for car users, but also for other road users as well. And it's about time that we took Kia in hand and got them to do the job properly. What's happening at the moment, they're coming along, filling potholes and not doing a good job. Within 6 months or even 3 months, they're breaking up again. So it's about time that we hold these people to account.
Thank you. John McGee, please.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. Wouldn't it be great? And I'm looking at Jason.
What, if you're brief?
just for that, Chair, I'm going to take all night. But I'm glad we've still got a sense of humour at this time of night. Wouldn't it be really, really good if we can just go out on a high and agree all these motions? Wouldn't it? That'd be absolutely fantastic. And it would show that democracy is not dead. It would actually show the opposite. So come on, Jason, team, stand up there and support this motion, because we know it's the right thing to do.
Graham Lorman, please.
I'd like to thank Councillors DL and
Buckingham, I hope I pronounced it right, for bringing this important matter to Council debate and to Councillor Ruby for his comments. We do, of course, welcome the £1.494 million additional funding from the Government. That they distribute this money shows that they do recognise that this is a national problem compounded by the recent inclement weather. We are, as has been noted, in the process of spending £1.5 million of our own taxpayers' money on various highway improvements, including clearing vegetation, cleaning and repairing signs, replacing white lines and filling potholes. We know from public comments that this is being well received across the authority. The motion speaks of a £30 million contract. However, not all of this money is directed towards potholes. It also has to pay for road safety training, active travel initiatives, traffic light replacement, monitoring of the roads, drainage clearance, regulations, winter gritting, and a myriad of other spheres of activity. That's not to say that we don't recognise that there is an issue and that we need to improve the road surfaces. However, our budget is limited and, frankly, not enough to catch up, let alone improve the position. A report delivered just after local government reform calculated that we require £8.1 million per annum to effectively stand still in North Northants. With inflation, that must now be £10 million. £18 million plus per year was needed to make a real impact over a 10-year period. Our government grant against this is £3.735 million. Nationally, the 2023 annual local authority road maintenance survey shows a backlog of £14 billion, or £68,000 per mile of local road in England. But I have to say, locally, this underfunding goes right back to the last Labour administration at NCC, who took over £30 million out of the road repair budget at the time. I can tell you that in all 4 tiers of repair, Kier are within their response tolerances. They are also concentrating on addressing the Tier 1 repairs, so I would urge people to report them on Street Doctor. We should also note that the inclement weather makes repairing roads more difficult, as tarmac may not key in or set as well as in the summer. We will all be aware that we have a new contract since last September with Kier, and our officers and Kier staff have been working hard planning their work schedules and priority, such that the new annual plan with a listed schedule of works is now prepared and ready and will go to the Strategic Highways Contract Board tomorrow for approval. And I'll read you something from it. The North Northamptonshire Highway asset covers over 1,824 kilometres of roads, 1,940 kilometres of footway, 898 structures, and 3,155 kilometres of public rights-of-way. A challenge faced by all local authorities is that existing budgetary constraints, alongside increased traffic volume, environmental impacts such as extreme weather and natural deterioration is making it increasingly difficult to improve and in many cases include the highway traffic. For this reason, I cannot support the motion, as to have to produce another action plan would be a duplication and will be taking additional officer time up. The annual plan will be published in the very near future for all to see and will certainly before the July executive. We already have many plans published on the website, including the local transport plan. So I would ask people not to support this motion. And we'll be looking to improve
Councillor, please. Have you done? Thank you. Councillor Pandy, please.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, indeed, this is a good motion. We see a lot of pothole around us, but I would have supported this motion. But this motion coming in March looks like more like a politically motivated. If you don't know, this March is called as a month of potholes. In this particular month, nearly 13% of total potholes reported or claimed received. So that is why this month is called like a month of potholes. And we all know that we had severe weather in winter, and during winter we all know that that road get damaged, and we have more potholes. So bringing this in March, I believe is politically motivated, but I appreciate the person who launched the campaign and like a survey to gather the data. That is a good practice. Now coming to the data, if you know, we have counselor engagement program by the highway department, and in Fab we had such engagement that shows that from September 2022 to Fab 2023, highway agency has repaired over 5,000 potholes or the defects. During the petition, someone asked what we have been doing since 2019 to this point. During these 4 years, highway repaired over 40,000 potholes. Highway received nearly 45,000 potholes were reported, and highway repaired nearly 95% potholes. So what I guess the problem is, people are not reporting the potholes, because at the moment there is only 5% open potholes in open state. So I believe we need to encourage our constituents to report potholes so that these can be fixed. And we should not be politically motivated every time bring motions here. Thank you.
Councillor Buckingham, please. Leanne Buckingham.
Thank you very much, Chair. To say this is party political is ridiculous. This is people political. And actually, by supporting this motion, it probably would have supported our administration to hold Kia to account. You've just heard the numbers. There is absolutely no problem with our constituents reporting potholes. I bet every single one of you, like I, go to your community meetings and you're told about a multitude of potholes. And I bet you tell your constituents exactly as I tell them, here's Street Doctor, please go and register it. Because we haven't the time to keep going. So there isn't a problem with reporting it. And as you said, 95% have been fixed. Fixed poorly. We are paying for a service. Now, I don't want to waste money. I'm more than happy for us to spend money where we need to. But this is honestly ridiculous. We are paying for a service and not getting it. They are doing the bare minimum. If you went to the dentist and you had a hole in your tooth, it would stand to reason that you would have some of that bad tooth drilled out before being filled. If you have ever watched Kia fill a hole, they throw something in and pat it down. That ain't going to work. So we're not asking for any points here, but to say the public money that is spent on the public good, please can we ensure that it's done in the right way? There is no harm in this executive holding our contractor to account. Forgive me for being a shouty woman.
Councillor Smithers, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, Councillor Buckingham, I would never accuse you of anything. It would be far too dangerous. Anyway, look, the contract with Kia, it's a brand new contract. It's working, it's happening. We're seeing, we are seeing some improvements on our roads. You've probably seen the cutting back of, vegetation. You've seen, cleaning of signs, white lining. A lot of it's going on. Now, I don't get this this view of like Kia are not doing their job properly with the contract, because it's the contract that holds Kia to responsibility, not this council as such. We can obviously influence that, and we can bring them in and speak with them. However, if Kia come along and fill a pothole, now bearing in mind potholes are broken down into various severities, from an emergency, which are all done within 2 hours. They do come along, throw in some cold mix and stamp it down. That's a temporary fix. They come back and they do a permanent fix. So whenever they do a permanent fix, if that fix fails, they have to come back and repair it at their cost. So they're only being paid once to fill that pothole. It's at their cost. If they do a job which is not up to standard, it's checked, it's dealt with. But let me make it very clear. They come back and repair that hole at their cost if they didn't do it right first time. So we're not wasting taxpayers' money. We're absolutely treasuring every penny we have. The extra £1.4 million invested by this authority, by government, is almost £2.9 million going into our roads this year. So I think that's a good result for all of Northamptonshire, and I hope you can accept that.
Councillor King-Lewell, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm sure everyone here don't like potholes on the road when they're driving, and like everybody else has articulated, you sort of have to sway past them. No one's advocating for more potholes, and everyone wants a resolution to this issue. But the reason I can't support this motion is because what's before us here is requesting that a whole new action plan is created. An action plan is already there. Let the action plan, be carried forward. And as the leaders mentioned, there's pots of money which, of course, we will utilise to fix these potholes. I don't want there to be potholes on the road, absolutely damaging to our vehicles, and others have mentioned as well, cyclists, the motorcyclists. But this motion is not suitable, and therefore I can't support it. Thank you.
Sorry? Councillor Diel, would you like to finish off, please?
I think that Councillor Buckingham had a right to reply. Not a right to reply, but a second. So she wants to speak.
Sorry? You did reserve the right. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. And listening to some of the discussions here on this motion tonight, the things are slightly wrong. I've always said that there's a cost of doing something and there's a cost of not doing something. And what Anne Pemberton, the county coroner, has asked for in the last couple of weeks is a report from Highways England on potholes and the possible implication and the death of 2 young people on the A5. The roads aren't safe for everybody. I, as a mobility scooter user, have to go onto the road sometimes, and I can't do it safely. Young children, if you want to take your children and grandchildren out for a bike ride, you can only use the paths, and even the paths are deteriorating. There have been an increase in deaths on our road over the past 12 months, with 44 deaths and rising, and goodness knows how many injuries there have been. It's not just about deaths on our roads that are rising, it's the amount of injuries. And nobody knows, it's not just one pothole you're going to go over in a journey to work. One of those people that was responded to the petition was a paramedic, and he said, I've had another tyre go, and each time it goes, it's £100 to replace. I can't afford to do my job anymore because of the potholes in the road. So, asking government for more money, finding more ways of filling those potholes has got to be found. And as Councillor Lorman said, you're not even catching up on the potholes that you've got. So the priorities aren't going to be there in the end. And I hope that you listen, because what happens when statistics become personal and it's your children, your grandchildren, your parents that are in danger. Thank you very much.
Councillor Diel, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I think it's very disappointing that we get accused of political grandstanding. I did say in my first speech it was only a matter of time before we get accused of political grandstanding. And hey, there you go, we get accused of it. This is nothing to do with political grandstanding. This is about the safety of our pedestrians and our road users on our roads. We had people here tonight speaking about their fear of using bikes on the road. I have a bike. I would not go near a road at the moment, and I don't think it is unreasonable to hold Kia to account. We're giving them a lot of our money. You know, asking them to bring an action plan, to sit round the table and to develop an action plan is not an unreasonable thing to do. So I just cannot understand why anybody would vote against this, and I'm sure that members of the public up there in the gallery will not understand why councillors will vote against this motion when simply we are asking for Kia to tell us what they're going to do with the extra money that they're getting from the government. Is that unreasonable? Absolutely not. So please vote in favour of this. You know, we have to hold our contractors to account, and we have to keep the safety of our members of the public absolutely paramount, whoever that is, and whatever form of transport they're using. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Time to move to the vote, please. It will be recorded and sent out to you. Thank you. Please use your electronic voting buttons, which will appear. You have 30 seconds to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is the final vote of the evening, which is now commencing. There's 10 seconds remaining. Thank you. That concludes the vote.
I'll ask Paul to please announce the result.
Thank you, Chair. Those voting for the motion, 19. Those abstaining, 2. And those voting against, 36. The motion falls.
Oh.
No, we said that we would finish off the motions.
We'd do the motions early.
No, we said that we'd do the motions. We'd stop off the motions. Then we carry forward to the next meeting.
So, okay. So these will be carried over to the next meeting. I now formally close the meeting.
Yeah, that's what Jason agreed on.
Oh, really? Oh, right. Okay. We could have whipped through those in 10 minutes.
No, we